Section 13 of Essays, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Essays, Book 2, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Of judging of the death of another. When we judge of another's assurance in death, which, without doubt, is the most remarkable action of human life, we are to take heed of one thing, which is that men very hardly believe themselves to have arrived to that period. Few men come to die in the opinion that it is their latest hour. And there is nothing wherein the flattery of hope more deludes us. It never ceases to whisper in our ears, "Others have been much sicker without dying. Your condition is not so desperate as 'tis thought, and, at the worst, God has done other miracles." Which happens by reason that we set too much value upon ourselves. It seems as if the universality of things were in some measure to suffer by our dissolution, and that it commiserates our condition, forasmuch as our disturbed sight represents things to itself erroneously, and that we are of opinion they stand in as much need of us as we do of them, like people at sea, to whom mountains, fields, cities, heaven and earth are tossed at the same rate as they are. Proveimur portu, terraeque urbesque recedunt. We sail out of port, and cities and lands recede. Aeneid, 3:72. Whoever saw old age that did not applaud the past and condemn the present time, laying the fault of his misery and discontent upon the world and the manners of men? Iamque caput quassans grandis suspirat arator, et cum tempora temporibus praesentia confert, praeteritis laudat fortunas saepe parentis, et crepat antiquum genus ut pietate repletum. Now the old ploughman, shaking his head, sighs, and compares present times with past, often praises his parents' happiness, and talks of the old race as full of piety. Lucretius, 2, 1165. We will make all things go along with us, whence it follows that we consider our death as a very great thing, and that does not so easily pass, nor without the solemn consultation of the stars. Tot circa unum caput tumultuantes dens. All the gods to agitation about one man. Seneca, Suasor, 1:4. And so much the more think it as we more value ourselves. What, shall so much knowledge be lost, with so much damage to the world, without a particular concern of the destinies? Does so rare and exemplary a soul cost no more the killing than one that is common and of no use to the public? This life that protects so many others, upon which so many other lives depend, that employs so vast a number of men in his service, that fills so many places, shall it drop off like one that hangs but by its own simple thread? None of us lays it enough to heart that he is but one. Thence proceeded those words of Caesar to his pilot, more tumid than the sea that threatened him: Italiam si caelo auctore recusas, me pete, sola tibi causa est haec justa timoris, vectorem non nosce tuum, perumpe procellas, tutela secure mea. If you decline to sail to Italy under the gods' protection, trust to mine. The only just cause you have to fear is, that you do not know your passenger. Sail on, secure in my guardianship. Lucan 5, 579. And these? Credit jam digna pericula Caesar fatis essa suis, tantusne evertere dixit, me superis labor est, parva quem pupa sedentem, tam magno petiere mari. Caesar now deemed these dangers worthy of his destiny. What, said he, is it for the gods so great a task to overthrow me, that they must be fain to assail me with great seas in a poor little bark? Lucan 5, 653. And that idle fancy of the public, that the sun bore on his face mourning for his death a whole year. Ille etiam extincto miseratus Caesare Romam, cum caput obscura nitidum ferrugine texit. Caesar being dead, the sun in mourning clouds, pitying Rome, clothed himself. Virgil, Georgicon 1, 466. And 1,000 of the like, wherewith the world suffers itself to be so easily imposed upon, believing that our interests affect the heavens, and that their infinity is concerned at our ordinary actions. Non tanta caelo societas nobiscum est, ut nostro fato mortalis sit illa quoque siderum fulgor. There is no such alliance betwixt us and heaven, that the brightness of the stars should be made also mortal by our death. Pliny, Naturalis Historia, 2, 8. Now, to judge of constancy and resolution in a man who does not yet believe himself to be certainly in danger, though he really is not reason, and 'tis not enough that he die in this posture, unless he purposely put himself into it for this effect. It commonly falls out in most men, that they set a good face upon the matter, and speak with great indifference, to acquire reputation, which they hope afterwards, living, to enjoy. Of all whom I have seen die, fortune has disposed their countenances, and no design of theirs. And even of those who in ancient times have made away with themselves, there is much to be considered whether it were a sudden or a lingering death. That cruel Roman emperor would say of his prisoners, that he would make them feel death, and if any one killed himself in prison, that fellow has made an escape from me. He would prolong death, and make it felt by torments. Vidimus et toto quam vis in corpore caeso nil anima letale datum, moremque nefandae, durum saevitix, periuntis parcere morti. We have seen in tortured bodies, amongst the wounds, none that have been mortal, in human mode of dire cruelty, that means to kill, but will not let men die. Lucan 2, 78. In plain truth, it is no such great matter for a man in health and in a temperate state of mind to resolve to kill himself. It is very easy to play the villain before one comes to the point, insomuch that Heliogabalus, the most effeminate man in the world, amongst his lowest sensualities, could forecast to make himself die delicately, when he should be forced thereto, and that his death might not give the lie to the rest of his life, had purposely built a sumptuous tower, the front and base of which were covered with planks enriched with gold and precious stones, thence to precipitate himself; and also caused cords twisted with gold and crimson silk to be made, wherewith to strangle himself; and a sword with the blade of gold to be hammered out to fall upon; and kept poison in vessels of emerald and topaz, wherewith to poison himself according as he should like to choose one of these ways of dying. Impiger ad letum et fortis virtute coacta. Resolute and brave in the face of death by a forced courage. Lucan, 4, 798. Yet in respect of this person, the effeminacy of his preparations makes it more likely that he would have thought better on't, had he been put to the test. But in those who with greater resolution have determined to despatch themselves, we must examine whether it were with one blow which took away the leisure of feeling the effect, for it is to be questioned whether perceiving life by little and little to steal away the sentiment of the body mixing itself with that of the soul, and the means of repenting being offered, whether, I say, constancy and obstinacy in so dangerous an intention would have been found. In the civil wars of Caesar, Lucius Domitius, being taken in the Abruzzi, and thereupon poisoning himself, afterwards repented. It has happened in our time that a certain person, being resolved to die, and not having gone deep enough at the first thrust, the sensibility of the flesh opposing his arm, gave himself 2 or 3 wounds more, but could never prevail upon himself to thrust home. Whilst Plautius Silvanus was upon his trial, Urgulania, his grandmother, sent him a poignard with which, not being able to kill himself, he made his servants cut his veins. Albucilla in Tiberius' time, having to kill himself, struck with too much tenderness, gave his adversaries opportunity to imprison and put him to death their own way. And that great leader Demosthenes, after his rout in Sicily, did the same. And Gaius Fimbria, having struck himself too weakly, entreated his servant to dispatch him. On the contrary, Ostorius, who could not make use of his own arm, disdained to employ that of his servant to any other use but only to hold the poignard straight and firm, and bringing his throat to it, thrust himself through. 'Tis in truth a morsel that is to be swallowed without chewing, unless a man be thoroughly resolved. And yet Adrian the emperor made his physician mark and encircle on his pap the mortal place wherein he was to stab, to whom he had given orders to kill him. For this reason it was that Caesar, being asked what death he thought to be the most desired, made answer, the least premeditated and the shortest. Tacitus, Annals, 16, 15. If Caesar dared to say it, it is no cowardice in me to believe it. A short death, says Pliny, is the sovereign good hap of human life. People do not much care to recognize it. No one can say that he is resolute for death, who fears to deal with it and cannot undergo it with his eyes open. They whom we see in criminal punishments run to their death, and hasten and press their execution, do it not out of resolution, but because they will not give themselves leisure to consider it. It does not trouble them to be dead, but to die. Emodinolo, sed me esse mortem nihil astigmia. I have no mind to die, but I have no objection to be dead. Epicharmus, apud Cicero, Tusculanae Quaestiones, 1:8. 'Tis a degree of constancy to which I have experimented, that I can arrive, like those who plunge into dangers, as into the sea, with their eyes shut. There is nothing, in my opinion, more illustrious in the life of Socrates, than that he had 30 whole days wherein to ruminate upon the sentence of his death, to have digested it all that time with a most assured hope, without care, and without alteration, and with a series of words and actions rather careless and indifferent than any way stirred or discomposed by the weight of such a thought. That Pomponius Atticus, to whom Cicero writes so often, being sick, caused Agrippa, his son-in-law, and 2 or 3 more of his friends to be called to him, and told them, that having found all means practised upon him for his recovery to be in vain, and that all he did to prolong his life also prolonged and augmented his pain, he was resolved to put an end both to the one and the other, desiring them to approve of his determination, or at least not to lose their labour in endeavouring to dissuade him. Now, having chosen to destroy himself by abstinence, his disease was thereby cured. The remedy that he had made use of to kill himself restored him to health. His physicians and friends, rejoicing at so happy an event, and coming to congratulate him, found themselves very much deceived, it being impossible for them to make him alter his purpose, he telling them, that as he must one day die, and was now so far on his way, he would save himself the labour of beginning another time. This man, having surveyed death at leisure, was not only not discouraged at its approach, but eagerly sought it; for being content that he had engaged in the combat, he made it a point of bravery to see the end. 'Tis far beyond not fearing death, to taste and relish it. The story of the philosopher Cleanthes is very like this. He had his gums swollen and rotten. His physicians advised him to great abstinence. Having fasted 2 days, he was so much better that they pronounced him cured, and permitted him to return to his ordinary course of diet. He, on the contrary, already tasting some sweetness in this faintness of his, would not be persuaded to go back, but resolved to proceed, and to finish what he had so far advanced. Tullius Marcellinus, a young man of Rome, having a mind to anticipate the hour of his destiny, to be rid of a disease that was more trouble to him than he was willing to endure, though his physicians assured him of a certain, though not sudden, cure, called a council of his friends to deliberate about it; of whom some, says Seneca, gave him the counsel that out of unmanliness they would have taken themselves; others out of flattery, such as they thought he would best like. But a Stoic said this to him: "Do not concern thyself, Marcellinus, as if thou didst deliberate of a thing of importance. 'Tis no great matter to live; thy servants and beasts live; but it is a great thing to die handsomely, wisely, and firmly. Do but think how long thou hast done the same things, eat, drink, and sleep, drink, sleep, and eat. We incessantly wheel in the same circle. Not only ill and insupportable accidents, but even the satiety of living inclines a man to desire to die." Marcellinus did not stand in need of a man to advise, but of a man to assist him. his servants were afraid to meddle in the business. But this philosopher gave them to understand that domestics are suspected even when it is in doubt whether the death of the master were voluntary or no; otherwise that it would be of as ill example to hinder him as to kill him, forasmuch as invitum qui servat, idem facit occidenti. He who makes a man live against his will, 'tis as cruel as to kill him. Horace, De Arte Poetica, 467. He then told Marcellinus that it would not be unbecoming, as what is left on the tables when we have eaten is given to the attendants, so, life being ended, to distribute something to those who have been our servants. Now Marcellinus was of a free and liberal spirit. He, therefore, divided a certain sum of money amongst his servants, and consoled them. As to the rest, he had no need of steel nor of blood. He resolved to go out of this life, and not to run out of it; not to escape from death, but to essay it; and to give himself leisure to deal with it, having forsaken all manner of nourishment, the third day following, after having caused himself to be sprinkled with warm water, he fainted by degrees, and not without some kind of pleasure, as he himself declared. In fact, such as have been acquainted with these faintings, proceeding from weakness, say that they are therein sensible of no manner of pain, but rather feel a kind of delight, as in the passage to sleep and rest. These are studied and digested deaths. But to the end that Cato only may furnish out the whole example of virtue, it seems as if his good destiny had put his ill one into his hand with which he gave himself the blow, seeing he had the leisure to confront and struggle with death, reinforcing his courage in the greatest danger, instead of letting it go less. And if I had had to represent him in his supreme station, I should have done it in the posture of tearing out his bloody bowels, rather than with his sword in his hand, as did the statuaries of his time; for this second murder was much more furious than the first. Section 14
of Essays, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April Gonzalez. Essays, Book 2, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Chapter 14. That our mind hinders itself. 'Tis a pleasant imagination to fancy a mind exactly balanced betwixt two equal desires, for doubtless it can never pitch upon either, forasmuch as the choice and application would manifest an inequality of esteem, and we were set betwixt the bottle and the ham, with an equal appetite to drink and eat, there would doubtless be no remedy, but we must die of thirst and hunger. To provide against this convenience, the Stoics, when they are asked whence the election of the soul to indifferent things proceeds, and that makes us, out of a great number of crimes, rather take one than another, they being all alike, and there being no reason to incline us to such a preference, make answer, that this movement of the soul is extraordinary and irregular, entering into us by a foreign, accidental, and fortuitous impulse. It might rather, methinks, he said, that nothing presents itself to us wherein there is not some difference, how little soever, and that, either by sight or touch, there is always some choice that, though imperceptibly, tempts and attracts us, So whoever shall presuppose the pack thread equally strong throughout, it is utterly impossible it should break. For where will you have the breaking to begin? And that it should break altogether is not in nature. Whoever also should hereunto join the geometrical propositions that, by the certainty of the demonstrations, conclude that the contained to be greater than the containing, the centre to be as great as its circumference, and that find out two lines incessantly approaching each other, which yet can never meet, and the philosopher's stone, the quadrangle of circle, where the reason and the effects are so opposite, might, peradventure, some argument to second this bold saying of Pliny, Solum certum nihil esse certi, et homine nihil mysterius an superbius. It is only certain that there is nothing certain, and that nothing is miserable or more proud than man. Natura Historiae 2:7. End of section 14. Recording by Paul Gonzalez in Cavite, Philippines.
Section 15 of Essays, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. Essays, Book 2 by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. That our desires are augmented by difficulty. There is no reason that is not its contrary, say the wisest of the philosophers. I was just now ruminating on the excellent saying one of these ancients alleges for the contempt of life. No good can bring pleasure, unless it be that for the loss of which we are beforehand prepared. In aeques dolor amissae rei et timor amittendi. The grief of losing a thing and the fear of losing it are equal. Seneca, Epistulae 98. Meaning by this that the fruition of life cannot be truly pleasant to us if we are in fear of losing it. It might, however, be said on the contrary that we hug and embrace this good so much the more earnestly, and with so much greater affection, by how much we see it the less assured, and fear to have it taken from us. For it is evident, as fire burns with greater fury when cold comes to mix with it, that our will is more obstinate by being opposed. Si numquam Danaein habuisset aene aturus, non esses Danae de Joe facta parens. If a brazen tower had not held Danae, you would not, Danae, have been made a mother by Jove. Ovid, Amores 2:19-27. And that there is nothing naturally so contrary to our taste as satiety, which proceeds from facility, nor anything that so much whets it as rarity and difficulty. Omnium rerum voluptas ipso quod debet fugare periculo crescit. The pleasure of all things increases by the same danger that should deter it. Seneca de Beneficiis 7:9. Galla nega satiatur amor nisi graudia torquent. Galla, refuse me. Love is glutted with joys that are not attended with trouble. Martial 4:37. To keep love in breath, Lycurgus made a decree that the married people of Lacedaemon should never enjoy one another but by stealth, and that it should be as great a shame to take them in bed together as committing with others. The difficulty of assignations, the danger of surprise, the shame of the morning, et languor, et silentium, et latere petitus imo spiritus, and languor, and silence, and sighs, coming from the innermost heart. Horace, Epodes 11:9. These are what give the piquancy to the sauce. How many very wantonly pleasant sports spring from the most decent and modest language of the works on love. Pleasure itself seeks to be heightened with pain. It is much sweeter when it smarts and has the skin rippled. The courtesan Flora said she never lay with Pompey, but that she made him wear the prints of her teeth. Plutarch, Life of Pompey, 101. Quod petiere premunt arte faciuntque dolorem corporis, et dentes inlidunt saepe labellis, et stimuli subsunt, qui instigant laeder ad ipsum, quod cum quest rabies undilae germina surgant. What they have sought, they press closely and cause pain. On the lips fix the teeth, and every kiss indents, urged by latent stimulus the part to wound. Lucretius 1:4. And so it is in everything. Difficulty gives all things their estimation. The people of the March of Ancona more readily make their vows to St. James, and those of Galicia to Our Lady of Loreto. They make wonderful to-do at Liege about the baths of Lucca, and in Tuscany about those of Aspa. There are few Romans seen in the fencing school of Rome, which is full of French. That great Cato also, as much as us, nauseated his wife while she was his, and longed for her when in the possession of another. I was fain to turn out into the paddock an old horse, as he was not to be governed when he smelt a mare. The facility presently sated him, as towards his own, but towards strange mares, and the first that passed by the pale of his pasture, he would again fall to his importunate neighings and his furious heats as before. Our appetite contemns and passes by what it has in possession, to run after that it has not.
Transvolat in medio posita, et fugientia captat. He slights her who is close at hand, and runs after her who flees from him. Horace, Satires 1:2-108. To forbid us anything is to make us have a mind to it. Nisi tu servare puellam incipiet desineresse mea. Unless you begin to guard your mistress, she will soon begin to be no longer mine. Ovid, Amores 2:19-47. To give it wholly up to us is to beget in us contempt. Want and abundance fall into the same inconvenience. Tibi quod superest, mihi quod desit, dolet. Your superfluities trouble you, and what I want troubles me. Terence, Formio 1:3-9. Desire and fruition equally afflict us. The rigors of mistresses are troublesome, but facility, to say truth, still more so. Forasmuch as discontent and anger spring from the esteem we have of the thing desired, forasmuch as discontent and anger spring from the esteem we have of the thing desired, heat and actuate love, but satiety begets disgust. 'Tis a blunt, dull, stupid, tired and slothful passion. Si qua volet regnare Deu, contemnant amantem. She who would long retain her power must use her lover ill. Ovid, Amores, 2:19-33. Contemnite amantes, sic hodie veniet, si qua negavit heri. Slight your mistress. She will today come who denied you yesterday. Propertius 2:14-19. Why did Poppaea invent the use of a mask to hide the beauties of her face, but to enhance it to her lovers? Why have they veiled, even below the heels, those beauties that every one desires to show, and that every one desires to see? Why do they cover with so many hindrances, one over another, the parts where our desires and their own have their principal seat? And to what serve those great bastion farthingales with which our ladies fortify their haunches, but to allure our appetite, and to draw us on by removing them farther from us? Et fugit ad salices, et se cupit ante videri. She flies to the osiers, and desires beforehand to be seen going. Virgil, Eclogues 3:65. Inter dom tunica duxit operta moram. The hidden robe has sometimes checked love. Propertius 2:15-6. To what use serves the artifice of this virgin modesty, this grave coldness, this severe countenance, this professing to be ignorant of things that they know better than we who instruct them in them, but to increase in us the desire to overcome, control, and trample under foot at pleasure all this ceremony and all these obstacles? For there is not only pleasure, but moreover glory in conquering and debauching that soft sweetness and that childish modesty, and to reduce a cold and matron-like gravity to the mercy of our ardent desires. 'Tis a glory, say they, to triumph over modesty and chastity and temperance, and whoever dissuades ladies from those qualities betrays both them and himself. We are to believe that their hearts tremble with affright, that the very sound of our words offends the purity of their ears, that they hate us for talking so, and only yield to our importunity by a compulsive force. Beauty, all-powerful as it is, has not wherewithal to make itself relished without the mediation of these little arts. Look into Italy, where there is the most and the finest beauty to be sold, how it is necessitated to have recourse to extrinsic means and other artifices to render itself charming. And yet, in truth, whatever it may do, being venal and public, it remains feeble and languishing. Even so, in virtue itself, of two like effects, we notwithstanding look upon that as the fairest and most worthy, wherein the most trouble and hazard are set before us. 'Tis an effect of the divine providence to suffer the Holy Church to be afflicted, as we see it, with so many storms and troubles, by this opposition to rouse pious souls and to awaken them from that drowsy lethargy wherein, by so long tranquillity, they had been emerged. If we should lay the loss we have sustained in the number of those who have gone astray, in the balance against the benefit we have had by being again put in breath, and by having our zeal and strength revived by reason of this opposition, I know not whether the utility would not surmount the damage. We have thought to tie the nuptial knot of our marriages more fast and firm by having taken away all means of dissolving it. But the knot of the will and affection is so much the more slackened and made loose by how much that of constraint is drawn closer. And on the contrary, that which kept the marriages at Rome so long in honor and inviolate was the liberty every one who so desired had to break them. They had kept their wives the better because they might part with them if they would. And in the full liberty of divorce, 500 years and more passed away before anyone made use on it. Quod licet ingratum est, quod non licet acrius urit. What you may is displeasing. What is forbidden, what's the appetite? Ovid, Amores, 2:19. We might here introduce the opinion of an ancient upon this occasion, that executions rather whet than dull the edge of vices, that they do not beget the care of doing well, that being the work of reason and discipline, but only a care not to be taken in doing ill. Latius exquisae pestis contagia serpunt. The plague sore being lanced, the infection spreads all the more. Rutilius Itinerarium 1:397. I do not know that this is true, but I experimentally know that never civil government was by that means reformed. The order and regimen of manners depend upon some other expedient. The Greek histories make mention of the Agrippians, neighbors to Scythia, who live without either rod or stick for offense, where not only no one attempts to attack them, but whoever can fly thither is safe by reason of their virtue and sanctity of life. And no one is so bold as to lay hands upon them, and they have applications made to them to determine the controversies that arise betwixt men of other countries. There is a certain nation where the enclosures of gardens and fields they would preserve are made only of a string of cotton, and so fenced is more firm and secure than by our hedges and ditches. Furem signata solicitant aperta, effractarius praeterit. Things sealed invite a thief. The housebreaker passes by open doors. Seneca, Epistulae 68. Peradventure, the facility of entering my house, amongst other things, has been a means to preserve it from the violence of our civil wars. Defense allures attempt, and defiance provokes an enemy. I enervated the soldier's design by depriving the exploit of danger and of all manner of military glory, which is wont to serve them for pretense and excuse. Whatever is bravely is ever honorably done, at a time when justice is dead. I render them the conquest of my house cowardly and base. It is never shut to any one that knocks. My gate has no other guard than a porter, and he of ancient custom and ceremony, who does not so much serve to defend it as to offer it with more decorum and grace. I have no other guard nor sentinel than the stars. A gentleman would play the fool to make a show of defense, if he be not really in a condition to defend himself. He who lies open on one side is everywhere so. Our ancestors did not think of building frontier garrisons. The means of assaulting, I mean without battery or army, and of surprising our houses increases every day more and more beyond the means to guard them. Men's wits are generally bent that way. In invasion, everyone is concerned. No one but the rich, in defense. Mine was strong for the time when it was built. I have added nothing to it of that kind, and should fear that its strength might turn against myself.
To which we are to consider that a peaceable time
would require it should be dismantled. There is danger never to be able to regain it, and it would be very hard to keep. For in intestine dissensions your man may be of the party you fear, and where religion is the pretext, even a man's nearest relations become unreliable with some colour of justice. The public exchequer will not maintain our domestic garrisons, for they would exhaust it. We ourselves have not the means to do it without ruin, or, which is more inconvenient and injurious, without ruining the people. The condition of my loss would be scarcely worse. As to the rest, you there lose all, and even your friends will more ready to excuse your want of vigilance and your improvidence and your ignorance and indifference to your own business than to pity you. That so many garrisoned houses have been undone, whereas this of mine remains, makes me apt to believe that they were only lost by being guarded. This gives an enemy both an invitation and colour of reason. All defence shows a face of war. Let who will come to me in God's name, but I shall not invite them. 'Tis the retirement I have chosen for my repose from war. I endeavour to withdraw this corner from the public tempest, as I also do another corner in my soul. Our war may put on what forms it will, multiply and diversify itself into new parties. For my part, I stir not. Amongst so many garrisoned houses, myself alone amongst those of my rank, so far as I know, in France, have trusted purely to heaven for the protection of mine, and have never removed plate, deeds, or hangings. I will neither fear nor save myself by halves. If a full acknowledgment acquires the divine favour, it will stay with me to the end. If not, I have still continued long enough to render my continuance remarkable and fit to be recorded. How? Why? There are 30 years that I have thus lived. End of section 15. Recording by Malone.
Section 16 of Essays, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Essays, Book 2 by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Of Glory. There is the name and the thing. The name is a voice which denotes and signifies the thing. The name is no part of the thing, nor of the substance. 'Tis a foreign piece joined to the thing, and outside it. God, who is all fullness in himself, and the height of all perfection, cannot augment or add anything to himself within, but his name may be augmented and increased by the blessing and praise we attribute to his exterior works; which praise, seeing we cannot incorporate it in him, forasmuch as he can have no accession of good, we attribute to his name, which is the part out of him that is nearest to us. Thus is it that to God alone glory and honour appertain; and there is nothing so remote from reason as that we should go in quest of it for ourselves, for, being indigent and necessitous within, our essence being imperfect, and having continual need of amelioration, 'tis to that we ought to employ all our endeavour. We are all hollow and empty; 'tis not with wind and voice that we are to fill ourselves; we want a more solid substance to repair us. A man starving with hunger would be very simple to seek rather to provide himself with a gay garment than with a good meal. We are to look after that whereof we have most need; as we have it in our ordinary prayers: Gloria in excelsis Deo, et in terra pax hominibus. We are in want of beauty, health, wisdom, virtue, and such like essential qualities. Exterior ornaments should be looked after when we have made provision for necessary things. Divinity treats amply and more pertinently of this subject, but I am not much versed in it. Chrysippus and Diogenes were the earliest and firmest advocates of the contempt of glory, and maintained that amongst all pleasures there was none more dangerous nor more to be avoided than that which proceeds from the approbation of others. And, in truth, experience makes us sensible of many very hurtful treasons in it. There is nothing that so poisons princes as flattery, nor anything whereby wicked men more easily obtain credit and favour with them, nor panderism so apt and so usually made use of to corrupt the chastity of women, as to wheedle and entertain them with their own praises. The first charm the Sirens made use of to allure Ulysses is of this nature: Deca vers nous, deca, ô très louable Ulysse, et le plus grand honneur dont la Grèce fleurise. Come hither to us, O admirable Ulysses, come hither, thou greatest ornament and pride of Greece. Homer, Odysseus, 12, 184. These philosophers said that all the glory of the world was not worth an understanding man's holding out his finger to obtain it. Gloria quanta libet quid erit, si gloria tantum est. What is glory, be it as glorious as it may be, if it be no more than glory? Juvenal, Satires, 7, 81. I say for it alone, for it often brings several commodities along with it for which it may justly be desired. It acquires us goodwill, and renders us less subject and exposed to insult and offence from others, and the like. It was also one of the principal doctrines of Epicurus, for this precept of his sect, conceal thy life, that forbids men to encumber themselves with public negotiations and offices, also necessarily presupposes a contempt of glory, which is the world's approbation of those actions we produce in public. Plutarch, whither the saying, conceal thy life, is well said. He that bids us conceal ourselves, and to have no other concern but for ourselves, and who will not have us known to others, would much less have us honoured and glorified. And so advises Idomeneus not in any sort to regulate his actions by the common reputation or opinion, except so as to avoid the other accidental inconveniences that the contempt of men might bring upon him. These discourses are, in my opinion, very true and rational. But we are, I know not how, double in ourselves, which is the cause that what we believe we do not believe, and cannot disengage ourselves from what we condemn. Let us see the last and dying words of Epicurus. They are grand, and worthy of such a philosopher, and yet they carry some touches of the recommendation of his name and of that humour he had decried by his precepts. Here is a letter that he dictated a little before his last gasp. Epicurus to Hermachus, health. Whilst I was passing over the happy and last day of my life, I write this, but at the same time afflicted with such pain in my bladder and bowels that nothing can be greater, but it was recompensed with the pleasure the remembrance of my inventions and doctrines brought to my soul. Now, as the affection thou hast ever from thy infancy borne towards me and philosophy requires, take upon thee the protection of Metrodorus's children. This is the letter, and that which makes me interpret that the pleasure he says he had in his soul concerning his inventions has some reference to the reputation he hoped for thence after his death, is the manner of his will, in which he gives order that Emenomachus and Timocrates his heirs should every January defray the expense of the celebration of his birthday as Hermachus should appoint, and also the expense that should be made the 20th of every moon in entertaining the philosophers, his friends, who should assemble in honour of the memory of him and of Metrodorus. Cicero, De Finibus Bonorum et Malorum, 2:30. Carneades was head of the contrary opinion, and maintained that glory was to be desired for itself, even as we embrace our posthumous issue for themselves, having no knowledge nor enjoyment of them. This opinion has not failed to be the more universally followed, as those commonly are that are most suitable to our inclinations. Aristotle gives it the first place amongst external goods, and avoids, as two extreme vices, the immoderate either seeking or evading it. I believe that if we had the books Cicero wrote upon this subject, we should there find pretty stories; for he was so possessed with this passion that, if he had dared, I think he could willingly have fallen into the excess that others did, that virtue itself was not to be coveted, but upon the account of the honour that always attends it. Paulum sepultae distat inertiae, celata virtus. Virtue concealed little differs from dead sloth. Horace, Odes, 4, 9, 29. Which is an opinion so false, that I am vexed it could ever enter into the understanding of a man that was honoured with the name of philosopher. If this were true, men need not be virtuous but in public, and we should be no further concerned to keep the operations of the soul, which is the true seat of virtue, regular and in order, than as they are to arrive at the knowledge of others. Is there no more in it then, but only slyly and with circumspection to do ill? If thou knowest, says Carneades, of a serpent lurking in a place where, without suspicion, a person is going to sit down, by whose death thou expectest an advantage, thou dost ill if thou dost not give him caution of his danger; and so much the more because the action is to be known by none but thyself. If we do not take up of ourselves the rule of well-doing, if impunity pass with us for justice, to how many sorts of wickedness shall we every day abandon ourselves? I do not find what Sextus Peducius did in faithfully restoring the treasure that Caius Plotius had committed to his sole secrecy and trust, a thing that I have often done myself, so commendable, as I should think it an execrable baseness had he done otherwise. and I think it of good use in our days to recall the example of Publius Sextilius Rufus, whom Cicero accuses to have entered upon an inheritance, contrary to his conscience, not only not against law, but even by the determination of the laws themselves; and Marcus Crassus and Hortensius, who, by reason of their authority and power, having been called in by a stranger to share in the succession of a forged will, so that he might secure his own part, satisfied themselves with having no hand in the forgery, and refused not to make their advantage, and to come in for a share; secure enough if they could shroud themselves from accusations, witnesses, and the cognizance of the laws. Meminerint Deum se habere testem id est, ut ego arbitror, mentem suam. Let them consider they have God to witness, that is, as I interpret it, their own consciences. Cicero, De Officiis, 3:10. Virtue is a very vain and frivolous thing, if it derive its recommendation from glory; and 'tis to no purpose that we endeavour to give it a station by itself, and separate it from fortune. For what is more accidental than reputation? Profecto fortuna in omni re dominatur, ea res cunctas ex libidine magis, quam ex vero, celebrat, obscuratque. Fortune rules in all things; it advances and depresses things more out of its own will than of right and justice. Sallust, Bellum Catilinae, chapter 8. So to order it that actions may be known and seen is purely the work of fortune; 'tis chance that helps us to glory according to its own temerity. I have often seen her go before merit, and often very much outstrip it. He who first likened glory to a shadow, did better than he was aware of. They are both of them things preeminently vain; glory also, like a shadow, goes sometimes before the body, and sometimes in length infinitely exceeds it. They who instruct gentlemen only to employ their valour for the obtaining of honour, quasi non sit honestum, quod nobilitatum non sit, as though it were not a virtue unless celebrated. Cicero, De Officiis, 3:10. What do they intend by that but to instruct them never to hazard themselves if they are not seen, and to observe well if there be witnesses present who may carry news of their valour, whereas 1,000 occasions of well doing present themselves which cannot be taken notice of? How many brave individual actions are buried in the crowd of a battle! Whoever shall take upon him to watch another's behaviour in such a confusion is not very busy himself, and the testimony he shall give of his companion's deportment will be evidence against himself. Vera et sapiens animi magnitudo, honestum illud, quod maxime naturam sequitur, in factis positum, non in gloria, judicat. The true and wise magnanimity judges that the bravery which most follows nature more consists in act than glory. Cicero, De Officiis, 1:19. All the glory that I pretend to derive from my life is that I have lived it in quiet. In quiet, not according to Metrodorus, or Arcesilaus, or Aristippus, but according to myself. For seeing philosophy has not been able to find out any way to tranquillity that is good in common, let every one seek it in particular. To what do Caesar and Alexander owe the infinite grandeur of their renown, but to fortune. How many men has she extinguished in the beginning of their progress, of whom we have no knowledge, who brought as much courage to the work as they, if their adverse hap had not cut them off in the first sally of their arms! Amongst so many and so great dangers, I do not remember I have anywhere read that Caesar was ever wounded. 1,000 have fallen in less dangers than the least of those he went through. An infinite number of brave actions must be performed without witness, and lost, before one turns to account. A man is not always on the top of a breach, or at the head of an army, in the sight of his general, as upon a scaffold. A man is often surprised betwixt the hedge and the ditch. He must run the hazard of his life against a hen roost. He must dislodge 4 rascally musketeers out of a barn. He must prick out single from his party, and alone make some attempts according as necessity will have it. And whoever will observe will, I believe, find it experimentally true, that occasions of the least lustre are ever the most dangerous, and that in the wars of our own times there have more brave men been lost in occasions of little moment, and in the dispute about some little paltry fort, than in places of greatest importance, and where their valour might have been more honourably employed. Who thinks his death achieved to ill purpose, if he do not fall on some signal occasion, instead of illustrating his death, wilfully obscures his life, suffering in the meantime many very just occasions of hazarding himself to slip out of his hands; and every just one is illustrious enough, every man's conscience being a sufficient trumpet to him. Gloria nostra est testimonium conscientiae nostrae. For our rejoicing is this, the testimony of our conscience. Corinthians 1:1. He who is only a good man that men may know it, and that he may be the better esteemed when 'tis known, who will not do well but upon condition that his virtue may be known to men, is one from whom much service is not to be expected. Credo quel reste di quel ver nocose, facesse degne de tener ne conto, ma fur fina quel tempo si nascose, che non a colpa mia sor non le conto. Perché Orlando a far le opere virtuose, più ca narrar le poi sempre era pronto, né mai fu alcun de suoi fatti espresso, se non quando ebbe I testimonii appresso. The rest of the winter, I believe, was spent in actions worthy of narration, but they were done so secretly, that if I do not tell them I am not to blame, for Orlando was more bent to do great acts than to boast of them, so that no deeds of his were ever known but those that had witnesses. Ariosto, Orlando Furioso, 1181. A man must go to the war upon the account of duty, and expect the recompense that never fails brave and worthy actions, how private soever, or even virtuous thoughts, the satisfaction that a well-disposed conscience receives in itself in doing well. A man must be valiant for himself, and upon account of the advantage it is to him to have his courage seated in a firm and secure place against the assaults of fortune. Virtus repulsae nescia sordidae, intaminatis fulget honoribus, nec sumit aut ponit secures arbitrio popularis aurae. Virtue, repudiating all base repulse, shines in taintless honours, nor takes nor leaves dignity at the mere will of the vulgar. Horace, Od., iii. 2, 17. It is not for outward show that the soul is to play its part, but for ourselves within, where no eyes can pierce but our own. There she defends us from the fear of death, of pain, of shame itself. There she arms us against the loss of our children, friends, and fortunes. And when opportunity presents itself, she leads us on to the hazards of war. Non emolumento aliquo sed ipsius honestatis decore. Not for any profit, but for the honour of honesty itself. Cicero, De Finibus Bonorum et Malorum, i. 10. This profit is of much greater advantage, and more worthy to be coveted and hoped for than honour and glory, which are no other than a favourable judgment given of us. A dozen men must be called out of a whole nation to judge about an acre of land; and the judgment of our inclinations and actions, the most difficult and most important matter that is, we refer to the voice and determination of the rabble, the mother of ignorance, injustice, and inconstancy. Is it reasonable that the life of a wise man should depend upon the judgment of fools? An quidquam stultius, quam quos singulos contemnas, eos aliquid putare esse universes. Can anything be more foolish than to think that those you despise singly can be anything else in general? Cicero, Tusculanae Quaestiones, v. 36. He that makes it his business to please them, will have enough to do and never have done. 'Tis a mark that can never be aimed at or hit. Nil tam inaestimabile est quam animi multitudinis. Nothing is to be so little understood as the minds of the multitude. Livy, 31, 34. Demetrius pleasantly said of the voice of the people, that he made no more account of that which came from above than of that which came from below. He, Cicero, says more: Ego hoc judico, si quando turpe non sit, tamen non esse non turpe, quum id a multitudine laudatur. I am of opinion, that though a thing be not foul in itself, yet it cannot but become so when commended by the multitude. Cicero, De Finibus Bonorum et Malorum, 2, 15. No art, no activity of wit could conduct our steps so as to follow so wandering and so irregular a guide. In this windy confusion of the noise of vulgar reports and opinions that drive us on, no way worth anything can be chosen. Let us not propose to ourselves so floating and wavering an end. Let us follow constantly after reason. Let the public approbation follow us there, if it will. And as it wholly depends upon fortune, we have no reason sooner to expect it by any other way than that. Even though I would not follow the right way because it is right, I should, however, follow it as having experimentally found that, at the end of the reckoning, 'tis commonly the most happy and of greatest utility. Dedit hoc providentia hominibus munus, ut honesta magis juvarent. This gift Providence has given to men, that honest things should be the most agreeable. Quintilian, Institutio Oratoria, 1:12. The mariner of old said thus to Neptune in a great tempest: O God, thou wilt save me if thou wilt, and if thou choosest, thou wilt destroy me. But, however, I will hold my rudder straight. Seneca, Epistles, 85. I have seen in my time 1,000 men supple, half-bred, ambiguous, whom no one doubted to be more worldly wise than I, lose themselves where I have saved myself. Risi successus posse carere dolos. I have laughed to see cunning fail of success. Ovid, Heroides, 1:18. Paulus Aemilius, going on the glorious expedition of Macedonia, above all things charged the people of Rome not to speak of his actions during his absence. Oh, the license of judgments is a great disturbance to great affairs, forasmuch as every one has not the firmness of Fabius against common, adverse, and injurious tongues, who rather suffered his authority to be dissected by the vain fancies of men, than to do less well in his charge with a favourable reputation and the popular applause. There is I know not what natural sweetness in hearing one's self commended, but we are a great deal too fond of it. Laudari metuam, neque enim mihi cornea fibra est, sed recti finemque extremumque esse recuso, euge tuum et belle. I should fear to be praised, for my heart is not made of horn, but I deny that excellent, admirably done, are the terms and final aim of virtue. Persius, 1:47. I care not so much what I am in the opinions of others, as what I am in my own. I would be rich of myself, and not by borrowing. Strangers see nothing but events and outward appearances. Everybody can set a good face on the matter, when they have trembling and terror within. They do not see my heart, they see but my countenance. One is right in decrying the hypocrisy that is in war; for what is more easy to an old soldier than to shift in a time of danger, and to counterfeit the brave, when he has no more heart than a chicken? There are so many ways to avoid hazarding a man's own person, that we have deceived the world 1,000 times before we come to be engaged in a real danger; and even then, finding ourselves in an inevitable necessity of doing something, we can make shift for that time to conceal our apprehensions by setting a good face on the business, though the heart beats within. And whoever had the use of the Platonic ring, which renders those invisible that wear it, if turned inward towards the palm of the hand, a great many would very often hide themselves when they ought most to appear, and would repent being placed in so honourable a post, where necessity must make them bold. Falsus honor juvat, et mendax infamia terret quem nisi mendosum et mendacem. False honour pleases, and calumny affrights the guilty and the sick. Horace, Epodes, 1:1689. Thus we see how all the judgments that are founded upon external appearances are marvellously uncertain and doubtful, and that there is no so certain testimony as every one is to himself. In these, how many soldiers' boys are companions of our glory, he who stands firm in an open trench, What does he in that more than 50 poor pioneers, who open to him the way and cover it with their own bodies for 5d. a day pay, do before him? Non quisquid turbida Roma elevet accedas, examenque improbum in illa castiges trutina, nec to quaesiveres extra. Do not, if turbulent Rome disparage anything, accede, nor correct a false balance by that scale, nor seek anything beyond thyself. Persius, Satires, 1:5. The dispersing and scattering our names into many mouths, we call making them more great. We will have them there well received, and that this increase turn to their advantage, which is all that can be excusable in this design. But the excess of this disease proceeds so far that many covet to have a name, be it what it will. Trogus Pompeius says of Herostratus, and Titus Livius of Manlius Capitolinus, that they were more ambitious of a great reputation than of a good one. This is very common. We are more solicitous that men speak of us than how they speak, and it is enough for us that our names are often mentioned, be it after what manner it will. It should seem that to be known is in some sort to have a man's life and its duration in others' keeping. I, for my part, hold that I am not but in myself, and of that other life of mine, which lies in the knowledge of my friends, to consider it naked and simply in itself, I know very well that I am sensible of no fruit nor enjoyment from it, but by the vanity of a fantastic opinion. And when I shall be dead, I shall be still and much less sensible of it, and shall withal absolutely lose the use of those real advantages that sometimes accidentally follow it. I shall have no more handle whereby to take hold of reputation, neither shall it have any whereby to take hold of or to cleave to me. For to expect that my name should be advanced by it, in the first place, I have no name that is enough my own. Of two that I have, one is common to all my race, and indeed to others also. There are two families at Paris and Montpellier, whose surname is Montaigne, another in Brittany, and one in Xaintonge, de la Montaigne. The transposition of one syllable only would suffice to so ravel our affairs, that I shall share in their glory, and they peradventure will partake of my discredit. And moreover, my ancestors have formerly been surnamed Eyquem. Eyquem was the patronymic, a name wherein a family well known in England is at this day concerned. As to my other name, every one may take it that will, and so perhaps I may honour a porter in my own stead. And besides, though I had a particular distinction by myself, what can it distinguish when I am no more? Can it point out and favour inanity? Non levior cipus nunc imprimit ossa? Laudat posteritas. Nunc non e manibus illis, nunc non a tumulo fortunataque favilla nascentur violae. Does the tomb press with less weight upon my bones? Do comrades praise? Not from my manes, not from the tomb, not from the ashes will violets grow. Persius, Satires, 1:37. But of this I have spoken elsewhere. As to what remains, in a great battle where 10,000 men are maimed or killed, there are not 15 who are taken notice of. it must be some very eminent greatness, or some consequence of great importance that fortune has added to it, that signalizes a private action, not of a harquebusier only, but of a great captain. For to kill a man, or two, or 10, to expose a man's self bravely to the utmost peril of death, is indeed something in every one of us, because we there hazard all. But for the world's concern they are things so ordinary, and so many of them are every day seen, and there must of necessity be so many of the same kind to produce any notable effect, that we cannot expect any particular renown from it. Casus multis hic cognitus, ac iam tritus, et a medio fortunae ductus acervo. The accident is known to many, and now trite, and drawn from the midst of fortune's heap. Juvenal, Satires, 13:9. Of so many thousands of valiant men who have died within these 1500 years in France with their swords in their hands, not 100 have come to our knowledge. The memory, not of the commanders only, but of battles and victories, is buried and gone. The fortunes of above half of the world, for want of a record, stir not from their place, and vanish without duration. If I had unknown events in my possession, I should think with great ease to outdo those that are recorded in all sorts of examples. Is it not strange that even of the Greeks and Romans, with so many writers and witnesses, and so many rare and noble exploits, so few are arrived at our knowledge? Ad nos vix tenuis famae perlabitur aura. An obscure rumour scarce is hither come. Aeneid, 7, 646. It will be much if 100 years hence it be remembered in general that in our times there were civil wars in France. The Lacedaemonians, entering into battle, sacrificed to the Muses, to the end that their actions might be well and worthily written, looking upon it as a divine and no common favour, that brave acts should find witnesses that could give them life and memory. Do we expect that at every musket shot we receive, and at every hazard we run, there must be a register ready to record it? And besides, 100 registers may enroll them whose commentaries will not last above 3 days, and will never come to the sight of any one. We have not the 1000th part of ancient writings. 'Tis fortune that gives them a shorter or longer life, according to her favour, and 'tis permissible to doubt whether those we have be not the worst, not having seen the rest. Men do not write histories of things of so little moment. A man must have been general in the conquest of an empire or a kingdom. He must have won 52 set battles, and always the weaker in number, as Caesar did. 10,000 brave fellows and many great captains lost their lives valiantly in his service, whose names lasted no longer than their wives and children lived. Quos fama obscura recondit, whom an obscure reputation conceals. Aeneid, 5, 302. Even those whom we see behave themselves well, 3 months or 3 years after they have departed hence, are no more mentioned than if they had never been. Whoever will justly consider, and with due proportion, of what kind of men and of what sort of actions the glory sustains itself in the records of history, will find that there are very few actions and very few persons of our times who can there pretend any right. How many worthy men have we known to survive their own reputation, who have seen and suffered the honour and glory most justly acquired in their youth extinguished in their own presence? And for 3 years of this fantastic and imaginary life we must go and throw away our true and essential life, and engage ourselves in a perpetual death. The sages propose to themselves a nobler and more just end in so important an enterprise. Recte facti fecisse merces est, officii fructus ipsum officium est. The reward of a thing well done is to have done it. The fruit of a good service is the service itself. Seneca, Epistles, 8. It were peradventure excusable in a painter or other artisan, or in a rhetorician or a grammarian, to endeavour to raise himself a name by his works. But the actions of virtue are too noble in themselves to seek any other reward than from their own value, and especially to seek it in the vanity of human judgments. If this false opinion, nevertheless, be of such use to the public as to keep men in their duty, if the people are thereby stirred up to virtue, if princes are touched to see the world bless the memory of Trajan and abominate that of Nero, if it moves them to see the name of that great beast once so terrible and feared, so freely cursed and reviled by every schoolboy, let it by all means increase, and be as much as possible nursed up and cherished amongst us. And Plato, bending his whole endeavour to make his citizens virtuous, also advises them not to despise the good repute and esteem of the people, and says it falls out by a certain divine inspiration, that even the wicked themselves oft times, as well by word as opinion, can rightly distinguish the virtuous from the wicked. This person and his tutor are both marvellous and bold artificers everywhere to add divine operations and revelations where human force is wanting. Ut tragici poetae confugiunt ad Deum, cum explicare argumenti exitum non possunt. As tragic poets fly to some god when they cannot explain the issue of their argument. Cicero, De Natura Deorum, 1, 20. And peradventure for this reason it was that Timon, railing at him, called him the great forger of miracles. Seeing that men, by their insufficiency, cannot pay themselves well enough with current money, let the counterfeit be superadded. 'Tis a way that has been practised by all the legislators, and there is no government that has not some mixture either of ceremonial vanity or of false opinion, that serves for a curb to keep the people in their duty. 'Tis for this that most of them have their originals and beginnings fabulous, and enriched with supernatural mysteries. 'Tis this that has given credit to bastard religions, and caused them to be countenanced by men of understanding; and for this that Numa and Sertorius, to possess their men with a better opinion of them, fed them with this foppery, one that the nymph Egeria, the other that his white hind brought them all their counsels from the gods. And the authority that Numa gave to his laws, under the title of the patronage of this goddess, Zoroaster legislator of the Bactrians and Persians, gave to his under the name of the god Oromazes; Trismegistus, legislator of the Egyptians, under that of Mercury; Zamolxis, legislator of the Scythians, under that of Vesta; Charondas, legislator of the Chalcidians, under that of Saturn; Minos, legislator of the Candiots, under that of Jupiter; Lycurgus, legislator of the Lacedaemonians, under that of Apollo; and Draco and Solon, legislators of the Athenians, under that of Minerva. And every government has a god at the head of it, the others falsely, that truly which Moses set over the Jews at their departure out of Egypt. The religion of the Bedouins, as the Sire de Joinville reports, amongst other things, enjoined a belief that the soul of him amongst them who died for his prince went into another body more happy, more beautiful, and more robust than the former, by which means they much more willingly ventured their lives. In ferrum mens prona viris, animaeque capaces mortis et ignavum est rediturae parcere vitae. Men's minds are prone to the sword, and their souls able to bear death, and it is base to spare a life that will be renewed. Lucan, 1, 461. This is a very comfortable belief, however erroneous. Every nation has many such examples of its own, but this subject would require a treatise by itself. To add one word more to my former discourse, I would advise the ladies no longer to call that honour which is but their duty. Ut enim consuetudo loquitur, id solum dicitur honestum quod est populare fama gloriosum. As custom puts it, that only is called honest which is glorious by the public voice. Cicero, De Finibus Bonorum et Malorum, 2, 15. Their duty is the mark, their honour but the outward rind. Neither would I advise them to give this excuse for payment of their denial. For I presuppose that their intentions, their desire, and will, which are things wherein their honour is not at all concerned, forasmuch as nothing thereof appears without, are much better regulated than the effects. Quae quia non liceat, non facit, illa facit. She who only refuses because 'tis forbidden, consents. Ovid, Amores, 2, 4, 4. The offence, both towards God and in the conscience, would be as great to desire as to do it; and besides, they are actions so private and secret of themselves as would be easily enough kept from the knowledge of others, wherein the honour consists, if they had not another respect to their duty, and the affection they bear to chastity for itself. Every woman of honour will much rather choose to lose her honour than to hurt her conscience. End of section 16. Section 17 of Essays, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Essays, Book 2, by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton. Of Presumption, Part 1. There is another sort of glory, which is the having too good an opinion of our own worth. 'tis an inconsiderate affection with which we flatter ourselves, and that represents us to ourselves other than we truly are. Like the passion of love, that lends beauties and graces to the object, and makes those who are caught by it, with a depraved and corrupt judgment, consider the thing which they love other and more perfect than it is. I would not, nevertheless, for fear of failing on this side, that a man should not know himself aright, or think himself less than he is. The judgment ought in all things to maintain its rights. 'Tis all the reason in the world he should discern in himself, as well as in others, what truth sets before him. If it be Caesar, let him boldly think himself the greatest captain in the world. We are nothing but ceremony. Ceremony carries us away, and we leave the substance of things. We hold by the branches, and quit the trunk and the body. We have taught the ladies to blush when they hear that but named, which they are not at all afraid to do. We dare not call our members by their right names, yet are not afraid to employ them in all sorts of debauchery. Ceremony forbids us to express by words things that are lawful and natural, and we obey it. Reason forbids us to do things unlawful and ill, and nobody obeys it. I find myself here fettered by the laws of ceremony, for it neither permits a man to speak well of himself nor ill. We will leave her there for this time. They whom fortune, call it good or ill, has made to pass their lives in some eminent degree, may by their public actions manifest what they are. But they whom she has only employed in the crowd, and of whom nobody will say a word unless they speak themselves, are to be excused if they take the boldness to speak of themselves to such as are interested to know them, by the example of Lucilius. Ille velut fidis arcana, sodalibus olem, credebat libris, neque si male cesserat, usquam decurrens alio, neque si bene, quo fit ut omnis, votiva pateat veluri descripta tabella vita senis. He formerly confided his secret thoughts to his books, as to tried friends, and, for good and evil, resorted not elsewhere. Hence it came to pass that the old man's life is there all seen as on a votive tablet. Horace, Satires, 2, 1, 30. He always committed to paper his actions and thoughts, and there portrayed himself such as he found himself to be. Nec id Rutilio et Scauro citra fidem, aut obtrectatione fuit. Nor was this considered a breach of good faith or a disparagement to Rutilius or Scaurus. Tacitus, Agricola, 100, 1. I remember then that from my infancy there was observed in me I know not what kind of carriage and behaviour, that seemed to relish of pride and arrogance. I will say this by the way, that it is not unreasonable to suppose that we have qualities and inclinations so much our own, and so incorporate in us, that we have not the means to feel and recognize them. And of such natural inclinations the body will retain a certain bent without our knowledge or consent. It was an affectation conformable with his beauty that made Alexander carry his head on one side, and caused Alcibiades to lisp. Julius Caesar scratched his head with one finger, which is the fashion of a man full of troublesome thoughts. And Cicero, as I remember, was wont to pucker up his nose, a sign of a man given to scoffing. such motions as these may imperceptibly happen in us. There are other artificial ones which I meddle not with, as salutations and congees, by which men acquire, for the most part unjustly, the reputation of being humble and courteous. One may be humble out of pride. I am prodigal enough of my hat, especially in summer, and never am so saluted but that I pay it again, from persons of what quality soever, unless they be in my own service. I should make it my request to some princes whom I know, that they would be more sparing of that ceremony, and bestow that courtesy where it is more due. For being so indiscreetly and indifferently conferred on all, it is thrown away to no purpose. If it be without respect of persons, it loses its effect. Amongst irregular deportment, let us not forget that haughty one of the Emperor Constantius, who always in public held his head upright and stiff, without bending or turning on either side, not so much as to look upon those who saluted him on one side, planting his body in a rigid immovable posture, without suffering it to yield to the motion of his coach, not daring so much as to spit, blow his nose, or wipe his face before people. I know not whether the gestures that were observed in me were of this first quality, and whether I had really any occult proneness to this vice, as it might well be. And I cannot be responsible for the motions of the body, but as to the motions of the soul, I must here confess what I think of the matter. This glory consists of two parts, the one in setting too great a value upon ourselves, and the other in setting too little a value upon others. As to the one, methinks these considerations ought, in the first place, to be of some force. I feel myself importuned by an error of the soul that displeases me, both as it is unjust, and still more as it is troublesome. I attempt to correct it, but I cannot root it out. And this is, that I lessen the just value of things that I possess, and overvalue things because they are foreign, absent, and none of mine. This humour spreads very far. As the prerogative of the authority makes husbands look upon their own wives with a vicious disdain, and many fathers their children, so I, betwixt two equal merits, should always be swayed against my own. Not so much that the jealousy of my advancement and bettering troubles my judgment, and hinders me from satisfying myself, as that of itself possession begets a contempt of what it holds and rules. Foreign governments, manners, and languages insinuate themselves into my esteem, and I am sensible that Latin allures me by the favour of its dignity to value it above its due, as it does with children, and the common sort of people. The domestic government, house, horse, of my neighbour, though no better than my own, I prize above my own, because they are not mine. Besides that, I am very ignorant in my own affairs. I am struck by the assurance that every one has of himself, whereas there is scarcely anything that I am sure I know, or that I dare be responsible to myself that I can do. I have not my means of doing anything in condition and ready, and am only instructed therein after the effect, as doubtful of my own force as I am of another's. Whence it comes to pass that if I happen to do anything commendable, I attribute it more to my fortune than industry, forasmuch as I design everything by chance and in fear. I have this also in general, that of all the opinions antiquity has held of men in gross, I most willingly embrace and adhere to those that most contemn and undervalue us, and most push us to naught. Methinks philosophy has never so fair a game to play as when it falls upon our vanity and presumption, when it most lays open our irresolution, weakness, and ignorance. I look upon the too good opinion that man has of himself to be the nursing mother of all the most false opinions, both public and private. Those people who ride astride upon the epicycle of Mercury, who see so far into the heavens, are worse to me than a tooth drawer that comes to draw my teeth. For in my study, the subject of which is man, finding so great a variety of judgments, so profound a labyrinth of difficulties one upon another, so great diversity and uncertainty, even in the school of wisdom itself, you may judge, seeing these people could not resolve upon the knowledge of themselves and their own condition, which is continually before their eyes, and within them, seeing they do not know how that moves which they themselves move, nor how to give us a description of the springs they themselves govern and make use of. How can I believe them about the ebbing and flowing of the Nile? The curiosity of knowing things has been given to man for a scourge, says the Holy Scripture. But to return to what concerns myself, I think it would be very difficult for any other man to have a meaner opinion of himself, nay, for any other to have a meaner opinion of me than of myself. I look upon myself as one of the common sort, saving in this that I have no better an opinion of myself, guilty of the meanest and most popular defects, but not disowning or excusing them, and I do not value myself upon any other account than because I know my own value. If there be any vanity in the case, 'tis superficially infused into me by the treachery of my complexion, and has no body that my judgment can discern. I am sprinkled, but not dyed. For in truth, as to the effects of the mind, there is no part of me, be it what it will, with which I am satisfied. And the approbation of others makes me not think the better of myself. My judgment is tender and nice, especially in things that concern myself. I ever repudiate myself, and feel myself float and waver by reason of my weakness. I have nothing of my own that satisfies my judgment. My sight is clear and regular enough, but at working it is apt to dazzle, as I most manifestly find in poetry. I love it infinitely, and am able to give a tolerable judgment of other men's works, but, in good earnest, when I apply myself to it, I play the child, and am not able to endure myself. A man may play the fool in everything else, but not in poetry. Mediocribus esse poetis non dii, non homines, non concessere columnae. Neither men, nor gods, nor the pillars on which the poets offered their writings, permit mediocrity in poets. Horace, De Arte Poetica, 372. I would to God this sentence was written over the doors of all our printers, to forbid the entrance of so many rhymesters. Verum, nihil securius est malo poetae. The truth is, that nothing is more confident than a bad poet. Martial, 12:63-13. Why have not we such people as those about to be mentioned? Dionysius the Father valued himself upon nothing so much as his poetry. At the Olympic games, with chariots surpassing all the others in magnificence, he sent also poets and musicians to present his verses, with tent and pavilions royally gilt and hung with tapestry. When his verses came to be recited, the excellence of the delivery at first attracted the attention of the people, but when they afterwards came to poise the meanness of the composition, they first entered into disdain, and, continuing to nettle their judgments, presently proceeded to fury, and ran to pull down and tear to pieces all his pavilions, and that his chariots neither performed anything to purpose in the race, and that the ship which brought back his people failed of making Sicily, and was by the tempest driven and wrecked upon the coast of Tarentum, they certainly believed was through the anger of the gods, incensed, as they themselves were, against the paltry poem. And even the mariners who escaped from the wreck seconded this opinion of the people. To which also the oracle that foretold his death seemed to subscribe, which was, that Dionysius should be near his end, when he should have overcome those who were better than himself; which he interpreted of the Carthaginians, who surpassed him in power, and having war with them often declined the victory, not to incur the sense of this prediction. But he understood it ill. For the god indicated the time of the advantage, that by favour and injustice he obtained at Athens over the tragic poets better than himself, having caused his own play called the Lenaeans to be acted in emulation, presently after which victory he died, and partly of the excessive joy he conceived at the success. Diodorus Siculus, 15:7. The play, however, was called The Ransom of Hector. It was the games at which it was acted that were called Lenaean. They were one of the 4 Dionysiac festivals. What I find tolerable of mine is not so really and in itself, but in comparison of other worse things, that I see well enough received. I envy the happiness of those who can please and hug themselves in what they do. For 'tis an easy thing to be so pleased, because a man extracts that pleasure from himself, especially if he be constant in his self-conceit. I know a poet against whom the intelligent and the ignorant, abroad and at home, both heaven and earth exclaim that he has but very little notion of it, and yet for all that he never has a whit the worse opinion of himself, but is always falling upon some new piece, always contriving some new invention, and still persists in his opinion, by so much the more obstinately as it only concerns him to maintain it. My works are so far from pleasing me, that as often as I review them, they disgust me. Cum relego scripsi se pudet, quia plurima cerno, me quoque qui feci judice digna lini. When I reperuse, I blush at what I have written. I ever see one passage after another that I, the author, being the judge, consider should be erased. Ovid, De Ponto, 1:5-15. I have always an idea in my soul, and a sort of disturbed image which presents me as in a dream, with a better form than that I have made use of, but I cannot catch it nor fit it to my purpose, and even that idea is but of the meaner sort. Hence I conclude that the productions of those great and rich souls of former times are very much beyond the utmost stretch of my imagination or my wish. Their writings do not only satisfy and fill me, but they astound me, and ravish me with admiration. I judge of their beauty. I see it, if not to the utmost, yet so far at least as 'tis possible for me to aspire. Whatever I undertake, I owe a sacrifice to the Graces, as Plutarch says of some one, to conciliate their favour. Siquid enim placet, siquid dulce hominum sensibus influit, debentur lepidis omnia gratiis. If anything please that I write, if it infuse delight into men's minds, all is due to the charming Graces. The verses are probably by some modern poet. They abandon me throughout. All I write is rude. Polish and beauty are wanting. I cannot set things off to any advantage. My handling adds nothing to the matter, for which reason I must have it forcible, very full, and that has a lustre of its own. If I pitch upon subjects that are popular and gay, 'tis to follow my own inclination, who do not affect a grave and ceremonious wisdom, as the world does, and to make myself more sprightly, but not my style more wanton, which would rather have them grave and severe. At least, if I may call that a style, which is an inform and irregular way of speaking, a popular jargon, a proceeding without definition, division, conclusion, perplexed like that Amaphanius and Rabirius. Cicero, Academica, 1, 2. I can neither please nor delight, nor even tickle my readers. The best story in the world is spoiled by my handling, and becomes flat. I cannot speak but in rough earnest, and am totally unprovided of that facility which I observe in many of my acquaintance, of entertaining the first comers, and keeping a whole company in breath, or taking up the ear of a prince with all sorts of discourse, without wearying themselves. They never want matter by reason of the faculty and grace they have in taking hold of the first thing that starts up, and accommodating it to the humour and capacity of those with whom they have to do. Princes do not much affect solid discourses, nor I to tell stories. The first and easiest reasons, which are commonly the best taken, I know not how to employ. I am an ill orator to the common sort. I am apt of everything to say the extremest that I know. Cicero is of opinion that in treatises of philosophy the exordium is the hardest part. If this be true, I am wise in sticking to the conclusion. And yet we are to know how to wind the string to all notes, and the sharpest is that which is the most seldom touched. There is at least as much perfection in elevating an empty as in supporting a weighty thing. A man must sometimes superficially handle things, and sometimes push them home. I know very well that most men keep themselves in this lower form from not conceiving things otherwise than by this outward bark, but I likewise know that the greatest masters, and Xenophon and Plato, are often seen to stoop to this low and popular manner of speaking and treating of things, but supporting it with graces which never fail them. Farther, my language has nothing in it that is facile and polished. 'Tis rough, free, and irregular, and as such pleases, if not my judgment, at all events my inclination. But I very well perceive that I sometimes give myself too much rein, and that by endeavouring to avoid art and affectation, I fall into the other inconvenience. Brevis esse laboro obscurus fio. Endeavouring to be brief, I become obscure. Horace, De Arte Poetica, 25. Plato says that the long or the short are not properties that either take away or give value to language. Should I attempt to follow the other more moderate, united, and regular style, I should never attain to it; and though the short round periods of Sallust best suit with my humour, yet I find Caesar much grander and harder to imitate; and though my inclination would rather prompt me to imitate Seneca's way of writing, yet I do nevertheless more esteem that of Plutarch. Both in doing and speaking I simply follow my own natural way, whence peradventure it falls out that I am better at speaking than writing. Motion and action animate words, especially in those who lay about them briskly, as I do, and grow hot. The comportment, the countenance, the voice, the robe, the place, will set off some things that of themselves would appear no better than prating. Messalla complains in Tacitus of the straitness of some garments in his time, and of the fashion of the benches where the orators were to declaim, that were a disadvantage to their eloquence. My French tongue is corrupted, both in the pronunciation and otherwise, by the barbarism of my country. I never saw a man who was a native of any of the provinces on this side of the kingdom, who had not a twang of his place of birth, and that was not offensive to ears that were purely French. And yet it is not that I am so perfect in my Périgourdin, for I can no more speak it than High Dutch, nor do I much care. 'Tis a language, as the rest about me on every side, of Poitou, Saintonge, Angmousin, Limousin, Auvergne, a poor drolling scurvy language. There is, indeed, above us towards the mountains a sort of Gascon spoken, that I am mightily taken with; blunt, brief, significant, and in truth a more manly and military language than any other I am acquainted with, as sinewy, powerful, and pertinent as the French is graceful, neat, and luxuriant. As to the Latin, which was given me for my mother tongue, I have by discontinuance lost the use of speaking it, and indeed of writing it too, wherein I formerly had a particular reputation, by which you may see how inconsiderable I am on that side. Beauty is a thing of great recommendation in the correspondence amongst men; 'tis the first means of acquiring the favour and good liking of one another, and no man is so barbarous and morose as not to perceive himself in some sort struck with its attraction. The body has a great share in our being, has an eminent place there, and therefore its structure and composition are of very just consideration. They who go about to disunite and separate our two principal parts from one another are to blame. We must, on the contrary, reunite and rejoin them. We must command the soul not to withdraw and entertain itself apart, not to despise and abandon the body, neither can she do it but by some apish counterfeit, but to unite herself close to it, to embrace, cherish, assist, govern, and advise it, and to bring it back and set it into the true way when it wanders; in sum, to espouse and be a husband to it, so that their effects may not appear to be diverse and contrary, but uniform and concurring. Christians have a particular instruction concerning this connection, for they know that the divine justice embraces this society and juncture of body and soul, even to the making the body capable of eternal rewards, and that God has an eye to the whole man's ways, and wills that he receive entire chastisement or reward according to his demerits or merits. The sect of the Peripatetics, of all sects the most sociable, attribute to wisdom this sole care equally to provide for the good of these two associate parts; and the other sects, in not sufficiently applying themselves to the consideration of this mixture, show themselves to be divided, one for the body and the other for the soul, with equal error, and to have lost sight of their subject, which is man, and their guide, which they generally confess to be nature. The first distinction that ever was amongst men, and the first consideration that gave some preeminence over others, 'tis likely was the advantage of beauty. Agros divisere atque derere, pro facie cuiusque et viribus ingenioque, nam facies multam valuit, viresque vigebant. They distributed and conferred the lands to every man according to his beauty and strength and understanding, for beauty was much esteemed, and strength was in favour. Lucretius, v. 1109. Now I am of something lower than the middle stature, a defect that not only borders upon deformity, but carries withal a great deal of inconvenience along with it, especially for those who are in office and command. For the authority which a graceful presence and a majestic mien beget is wanting. Gaius Marius did not willingly enlist any soldiers who were not 6 feet high. The courtier has, indeed, reason to desire a moderate stature in the gentleman he is setting forth rather than any other, and to reject all strangeness that should make him be pointed at. But if I were to choose whether this medium must be rather below than above the common standard, I would not have it so in a soldier. Little men, says Aristotle, are pretty, but not handsome, and greatness of soul is discovered in a great body, as beauty is in a conspicuous stature. The Ethiopians and Indians, says he, in choosing their kings and magistrates, had regard to the beauty and stature of their persons. They had reason, for it creates respect in those who follow them, and is a terror to the enemy to see a leader of a brave and goodly stature march at the head of a battalion. Ipse inter primus praestante corpore turnus vertitur arma, tenens et toto vertice supra est. In the first rank marches Turnus, brandishing his weapon, taller by a head than all the rest. Virgil, Aeneid, 783. Our holy and heavenly King, of whom every circumstance is most carefully and with the greatest religion and reverence to be observed, has not himself rejected bodily recommendation? Speciosus forma prae filiis hominum. He is fairer than the children of men. Psalm 14:3. And Plato, together with temperance and fortitude, requires beauty in the conservators of his republic. It would vex you that a man should apply himself to you amongst your servants to inquire where monsieur is, and that you should only have the remainder of the compliment of the hat that is made to your barber or your secretary. As it happened to poor Philopoemen, who, arriving the first of all his company at an inn where he was expected, the hostess, who knew him not, and saw him an unsightly fellow,
employed him to go help her maids a little to draw water, and make a fire against Philopoemen's coming. The gentlemen of his train arriving presently after, and surprised to see him busy in this fine employment, for he failed not to obey his landlady's command, asked him what he was doing there. "I am," said he, "paying the penalty of my ugliness." The other beauties belong to women. The beauty of stature is the only beauty of men. Where there is a contemptible stature, neither the largeness and roundness of the forehead, nor the whiteness and sweetness of the eyes, nor the moderate proportion of the nose, nor the littleness of the ears and mouth, nor the evenness and whiteness of the teeth, nor the thickness of a well-set brown beard, shining like the husk of a chestnut, nor curled hair, nor the just proportion of the head, nor a fresh complexion, nor a pleasing air of a face, nor a body without any offensive scent, nor the just proportion of limbs, can make a handsome man. I am, as to the rest, strong and well knit. My face is not puffed, but full, and my complexion betwixt jovial and melancholic, moderately sanguine and hot. Unde rigent setis mihi crura et pectora viliis. Whence 'tis my legs and breast bristle with hair. Martial, ii. 36, 5. My health vigorous and sprightly, even to a well advanced age, and rarely troubled with sickness. Such I was, for I do not now make any account of myself, now that I am engaged in the avenues of old age, being already past 40. Minutatim vires et robur adultum frangit et in partem pejorem liquitur aetas. Time by degrees breaks our strength and makes us grow feeble. Lucretius, ii. 1131. What shall be from this time forward will be but a half being, and no more me. I every day escape and steal away from myself. Singula de nobis anni praedantur euntes. Of the fleeting years, each steals something from me. Horace, Epodes, ii. 2. End of section 17. Section 18 of Essays, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Essays, Book 2 by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Of Presumption, Part 2. Agility and address I never had, and yet am the son of a very active and sprightly father, who continued to be so to an extreme old age. I have scarce known any man of his condition his equal in all bodily exercises, as I have seldom met with any who have not excelled me, except in running, at which I was pretty good. In music or singing, for which I have a very unfit voice, or to play on any sort of instrument, they could never teach me anything. In dancing, tennis, or wrestling, I could never arrive to more than an ordinary pitch. In swimming, fencing, vaulting, and leaping, to none at all. My hands are so clumsy that I cannot even write so as to read it myself, so that I had rather do what I have scribbled over again, than take upon me the trouble to make it out. I do not read much better than I write, and feel that I weary my auditors, otherwise I am not a bad clerk. I cannot decently fold up a letter, nor could ever make a pen, nor carve at table worth a pin, nor saddle a horse, nor carry a hawk and fly her, nor hunt the dogs, nor lure a hawk, nor speak to a horse. In fine, my bodily qualities are very well suited to those of my soul. There is nothing sprightly, only a full and firm vigour. I am patient enough of labour and pains, but it is only when I go voluntary to work, and only so long as my own desire prompts me to it. Moliter austerum studio fallenti laborem. Study softly, beguiling severe labour. Horace, Satires, 2:12. Otherwise, if I am not allured with some pleasure, or have other guide than my own pure and free inclination, I am good for nothing. For I am of a humour that, life and health excepted, there is nothing for which I will bite my nails, and that I will purchase at the price of torment of mind and constraint. Tanti mihi non sit opaci omnis arinatagi, quodque in mare volvitur aurum. I would not buy rich Tagus sands so dear, nor all the gold that lies in the sea. Juvenal, Satires, 3:54. Extremely idle, extremely given up to my own inclination, both by nature and art, I would as willingly lend a man my blood as my pains. I have a soul free and entirely its own, and accustomed to guide itself after its own fashion. Having hitherto never had either master or governor imposed upon me, I have walked as far as I would, and at the pace that best pleased myself. This is it that has rendered me unfit for the service of others, and has made me of no use to any one but myself. Nor was there any need of forcing my heavy and lazy disposition, for, being born to such a fortune as I had reason to be contented with, a reason nevertheless that 1,000 others of my acquaintance would have rather made use of for a plank upon which to pass over in search of higher fortune, to tumult and disquiet. And with as much intelligence as I required, I sought for no more, and also got no more. Non agimur tumidis velis aquilones secundo, non tamen adversis aetetam ducimus Austris, viribus ingenio, specie virtute, loco, re, extremi primorum, extremis usque priores. The northern wind does not agitate our sails, nor Auster trouble our course with storms. In strength, talent, figure, virtue, honour, wealth, we are short of the foremost, but before the last. Horace, Epodes, 2:201. I had only need of what was sufficient to content me, which nevertheless is a government of soul, to take it right, equally difficult in all sorts of conditions, and that of custom we see more easily found in want than in abundance. Forasmuch, peradventure, as according to the course of our other passions, the desire of riches is more sharpened by their use than by the need of them, and the virtue of moderation more rare than that of patience. And I never had anything to desire, but happily to enjoy the estate that God by his bounty had put into my hands. I have never known anything of trouble, and have had little to do in anything but the management of my own affairs, or If I have, it has been upon condition to do it at my own leisure and after my own method, committed to my trust by such as had a confidence in me, who did not importune me, and who knew my humour. For good horsemen will make shift to get service out of a rusty and broken-winded jade. Even my infancy was trained up after a gentle and free manner, and exempt from any rigorous subjection. All this has helped me to a complexion delicate and incapable of solicitude, even to that degree that I love to have my losses and the disorders wherein I am concerned concealed from me. In the account of my expenses, I put down what my negligence costs me in feeding and maintaining it. Haec nempe supersunt, quae dominum fallunt, quae prosunt furibus. That overplus which the owner knows not of, but which benefits the thieves. Horace, Epodes, 645. I love not to know what I have, that I may be less sensible of my loss. I entreat those who serve me, where affection and integrity are absent, to deceive me with something like a decent appearance. For want of constancy enough to support the shock of adverse accidents to which we are subject, and of patience seriously to apply myself to the management of my affairs, I nourish as much as I can this in myself, wholly leaving all to fortune, to take all things at the worst, and to resolve to bear that worst with temper and patience. That is the only thing I aim at, and to which I apply my whole meditation. In a danger, I do not so much consider how I shall escape it, as of how little importance it is whether I escape it or no. Should I be left dead upon the place, what matter? Not being able to govern events, I govern myself, and apply myself to them, if they will not apply themselves to me. I have no great art to evade, escape from, or force fortune, and by prudence to guide and incline things to my own bias. I have still less patience to undergo the troublesome and painful care therein required, and the most uneasy condition for me is to be suspended on urgent occasions, and to be agitated betwixt hope and fear. Deliberation, even in things of lightest moment, is very troublesome to me, and I find my mind more put to it to undergo the various tumblings and tossings of doubt and consultation, than to set up its rest and to acquiesce in whatever shall happen after the die is thrown. Few passions break my sleep, but of deliberations the least will do it. As in roads, I preferably avoid those that are sloping and slippery, and put myself into the beaten track, how dirty or deep soever, where I can fall no lower, and there seek my safety. So I love misfortunes that are purely so, that do not torment and tease me with the uncertainty of their growing better, but that at the first push plunge me directly into the worst that can be expected. Dubia plus torquent mala. Doubtful ills plague us worst. Seneca, Agamemnon, 3:1-29. In events I carry myself like a man, in conduct like a child. The fear of the fall more fevers me than the fall itself. The game is not worth the candle. The covetous man fares worse with his passion than the poor, and the jealous man than the cuckold. and a man oft-times loses more by defending his vineyard than if he gave it up. The lowest walk is the safest, 'tis the seat of constancy. You have there need of no one but yourself. 'Tis there founded, and wholly stands upon its own basis. Has not this example of a gentleman very well known some air of philosophy in it? He married, being well advanced in years, having spent his youth in good fellowship, a great talker and a great jeerer, calling to mind how much the subject of cuckoldry had given him occasion to talk and scoff at others. To prevent them from paying him in his own coin, he married a wife from a place where any one finds what he wants for his money. Good morrow, strumpet! Good morrow, cuckold! And there was not anything wherewith he more commonly and openly entertained those who came to see him than with this design of his, by which he stopped the private chattering of mockers, and blunted all the point from this reproach. As to ambition, which is neighbour, or rather daughter, to presumption, fortune, to advance me, must have come and taken me by the hand; for to trouble myself for an uncertain hope, and to have submitted myself to all the difficulties that accompany those who endeavour to bring themselves into credit in the beginning of their progress, I could never have done it. Spem pretio non emo. I will not purchase hope with ready money, or I do not purchase hope at a price. Terence, Adelphi, 2:3-11. I apply myself to what I see and to what I have in my hand, and go not very far from the shore. Alter remus aquas, alter tibi radat arenas. One oar plunging into the sea, the other raking the sands. Propertius 3:3-23. And besides, a man rarely arrives at these advancements but in first hazarding what he has of his own; and I am of opinion that if a man have sufficient to maintain him in the condition wherein he was born and brought up, 'tis a great folly to hazard that upon the uncertainty of augmenting it. He to whom fortune has denied whereon to set his foot, and to settle a quiet and composed way of living, is to be excused if he venture what he has, because, happen what will, necessity puts him upon shifting for himself. Capienda, rebus in malis praeceps via est. A course is to be taken in bad cases, or a desperate case must have a desperate course. Seneca, Agamemnon, 2:1-47. And I rather excuse a younger brother for exposing what his friends have left him to the courtesy of fortune, than him with whom the honour of his family is entrusted, who cannot be necessitous but by his own fault. I have found a much shorter and more easy way, by the advice of the good friends I had in my younger days, to free myself from any such ambition, and to sit still. Cui sit conditio dulcis sine pulvere palmae. What condition can compare with that where one has gained the palm without the dust of the course? Horace, Epodes, 1:1-51. Judging rightly enough of my own strength, that it was not capable of any great matters, and calling to mind the saying of the late Chancellor Olivier, that The French were like monkeys that swarm up a tree from branch to branch, and never stop till they come to the highest, and there shew their breech. Turpe est, quod nequeas, capiti committere pondus, et pressum inflexo mox dare terga genu. It is a shame to load the head so that it cannot bear the burden, and the knees give way. Propertius 3:9, 5. I should find the best qualities I have useless in this age. The facility of my manners would have been called weakness and negligence; my faith and conscience, scrupulosity and superstition; my liberty and freedom would have been reputed troublesome, inconsiderate, and rash. Ill luck is good for something. It is good to be born in a very depraved age, for so, in comparison of others, you shall be reputed virtuous, good cheap. He who in our days is but a parricide and a sacrilegious person is an honest man and a man of honour. Nunc si depositum non inficiatur amicus, si redat veterem cum tota erugina folam, prodigiosa fides, et tuscis digna libellis quaeque coronata lustrare debeat agna. Now, if a friend does not deny his trust, but restores the old purse with all its rust, 'tis a prodigious faith, worthy to be enrolled in amongst the Tuscan annals, and a crowned lamb should be sacrificed to such exemplary integrity. Juvenal, Satires, 13, 611. And never was time or place wherein princes might propose to themselves more assured or greater rewards for virtue and justice. The first who shall make it his business to get himself into favour and esteem by those ways, I am much deceived if he do not, and by the best title, outstrip his competitors. Force and violence can do something, but not always all. We see merchants, country justices, and artisans go cheek by jowl with the best gentry in valour and military knowledge. They perform honourable actions, both in public engagements and private quarrels. They fight duels, they defend towns in our present wars. A prince stifles his special recommendation, renown, in this crowd. Let him shine bright in humanity, truth, loyalty, temperance, and especially in justice, marks rare, unknown, and exiled. 'Tis by no other means but by the sole good will of the people that he can do his business, and no other qualities can attract their good will like those as being of the greatest utility to them. Nil est tam populare quam bonitas. Nothing is so popular as an agreeable manner, goodness. Cicero, Pro Ligario, 112. By this standard I had been great and rare, just as I find myself now pygmy and vulgar, by the standard of some past ages, wherein if no other better qualities concurred, it was ordinary and common to see a man moderate in his revenges, gentle in resenting injuries, religious of his word, neither double nor supple, nor accommodating his faith to the will of others, or the turns of the times. I would rather see all affairs go to wreck and ruin than falsify my faith to secure them. For as to this new virtue of feigning and dissimulation, which is now in so great credit, I mortally hate it, and of all vices find none that evidences so much baseness and meanness of spirit. 'Tis a cowardly and servile humour to hide and disguise a man's self under a visor, and not to dare to show himself what he is. 'Tis by this our servants are trained up to treachery. Being brought up to speak what is not true, they make no conscience of a lie. A generous heart ought not to belie its own thoughts. It will make itself seen within. All there is good, or at least human. Aristotle reputes it the office of magnanimity openly and professedly to love and hate, to judge and speak with all freedom, and not to value the approbation or dislike of others in comparison of truth. Apollonius said it was for slaves to lie, and for freemen to speak truth. 'Tis the chief and fundamental part of virtue. We must love it for itself. He who speaks truth because he is obliged so to do, and because it serves him, and who is not afraid to lie when it signifies nothing to anybody, is not sufficiently true. My soul naturally abominates lying, and hates the very thought of it. I have an inward shame, and a sharp remorse if sometimes a lie escapes me, as sometimes it does, being surprised by occasions that allow me no premeditation. A man must not always tell all, for that were folly, but what a man says should be what he thinks, otherwise 'tis knavery. I do not know what advantage men pretend to by eternally counterfeiting and dissembling, if not never to be believed when they speak the truth. It may once or twice pass with men, but to profess the concealing their thought, and to brag, as some of our princes have done, that they would burn their shirts if they knew their true intentions, which was a saying of the ancient Metellius of Macedon, and that they who know not how to dissemble know not how to rule, is to give warning to all who have anything to do with them, that all they say is nothing but lying and deceit. Quo quis versutior et calidior est, hoc invisior et suspectior, detracto opinione probitatis. By how much any one is more subtle and cunning, by so much is he hated and suspected, the opinion of his integrity being withdrawn. Cicero, De Officiis, 2:9. It were a great simplicity in any one to lay any stress either on the countenance or word of a man who has put on a resolution to be always another thing without than he is within, as Tiberius did; and I cannot conceive what part such persons can have in conversation with men, seeing they produce nothing that is received as true. Whoever is disloyal to truth is the same to falsehood also. Those of our time who have considered in the establishment of the duty of a prince the good of his affairs only, and have preferred that to the care of his faith and conscience, might have something to say to a prince whose affairs fortune had put into such a posture that he might for ever establish them by only once breaking his word. But it will not go so. They often buy in the same market. They make more than one peace and enter into more than one treaty in their lives. Gain tempts to the first breach of faith, and almost always presents itself, as in all other ill acts, sacrileges, murders, rebellions, treasons, as being undertaken for some kind of advantage; but this first gain has infinite mischievous consequences, throwing this prince out of all correspondence and negotiation by this example of infidelity. Soliman of the Ottoman race, a race not very solicitous of keeping their words or compacts, when, in my infancy, he made his army land at Otranto, being informed that Mercurino di Gratinare and the inhabitants of Castro were detained prisoners, after having surrendered the place, contrary to the articles of their capitulation, sent orders to have them set at liberty, saying that having other great enterprises in hand in those parts, the disloyalty, though it carried a show of present utility, would for the future bring on him a disrepute and distrust of infinite prejudice. Now for my part, I had rather be troublesome and indiscreet than a flatterer and a dissembler. I confess that there may be some mixture of pride and obstinacy in keeping myself so upright and open as I do, without any consideration of others, and methinks I am a little too free, where I ought least to be so, and that I grow hot by the opposition of respect, and it may be also that I suffer myself to follow the propension of my own nature for want of art, using the same liberty speech and countenance towards great persons that I bring with me from my own house. I am sensible how much it declines towards incivility and indiscretion, but besides that I am so bred, I have not a wit supple enough to evade a sudden question, and to escape by some evasion, nor to feign a truth, nor memory enough to retain it so feigned, nor truly assurance enough to maintain it, and so play the brave out of weakness. And therefore it is that I abandon myself to candour, always to speak as I think, both by complexion and design, leaving the event to fortune. Aristippus was wont to say that the principal benefit he had extracted from philosophy was, that he spoke freely and openly to all. Memory is a faculty of wonderful use, and without which the judgment can very hardly perform its office. For my part, I have none at all. What any one will propound to me, he must do it piecemeal, for to answer a speech consisting of several heads I am not able. I could not receive a commission by word of mouth without a note-book; and when I have a speech of consequence to make, if it be long, I am reduced to the miserable necessity of getting by heart, word for word, what I am to say. I should otherwise have neither method nor assurance, being in fear that my memory would play me a slippery trick. But this way is no less difficult to me than the other. I must have 3 hours to learn 3 verses; and besides, in a work of a man's own, the liberty and authority of altering the order, of changing a word, incessantly varying the matter, makes it harder to stick in the memory of the author. The more I mistrust it, the worse it is. It serves me best by chance. I must solicit it negligently, for if I press it, 'tis confused, and after it once begins to stagger, the more I sound it, the more it is perplexed. It serves me at its own hour, not at mine. And the same defect I find in my memory, I find also in several other parts. I fly command, obligation, and constraint. That which I can otherwise naturally and easily do, if I impose it upon myself by an express and strict injunction, I cannot do it. Even the members of my body, which have a more particular jurisdiction of their own, sometimes refuse to obey me, if I enjoin them a necessary service at a certain hour. This tyrannical and compulsive appointment baffles them. They shrink up, either through fear or spite, and fall into a trance. Being once in a place where it is looked upon as barbarous discourtesy not to pledge those who drink to you, though I had there all liberty allowed me, I tried to play the good fellow, out of respect to the ladies who were there, according to the custom of the country. But there was sport enough for this pressure and preparation, to force myself contrary to my custom and inclination, so stopped my throat that I could not swallow one drop, and was deprived of drinking so much as with my meat. I found myself gorged, and my thirst quenched by the quantity of drink that my imagination had swallowed. This effect is most manifest in such as have the most vehement and powerful imagination. But it is natural, notwithstanding, and there is no one who does not in some measure feel it. They offered an excellent archer, condemned to die, to save his life if he would show some notable proof of his art, but he refused to try, fearing lest the too great contention of his will should make him shoot wide, and that instead of saving his life, he should also lose the reputation he had got of being a good marksman. A man who thinks of something else will not fail to take over and over again the same number and measure of steps, even to an inch in the place where he walks. But if he made it his business to measure and count them, he will find that what he did by nature and accident he cannot so exactly do by design. My library, which is a fine one among those of the village type, is situated in a corner of my house. If anything comes into my head that I have a mind to search or to write, lest I should forget it in but going across the court, I am fain to commit it to the memory of some other. If I venture in speaking to digress never so little from my subject, I am infallibly lost, which is the reason that I keep myself in discourse strictly close. I am forced to call the men who serve me either by the names of their offices or their country, for names are very hard for me to remember. I can tell, indeed, that there are 3 syllables, that it has a harsh sound, and that it begins or ends with such a letter, but that's all, and if I should live long, I do not doubt but I should forget my own name, as some others have done. Messala Corvinus was 2 years without any trace of memory, which is also said of Georgius Trapezuntius. For my own interest, I often meditate what a kind of life theirs was, and if without this faculty I should have enough left to support me with any manner of ease; and prying narrowly into it, I fear that this privation, if absolute, destroys all the other functions of the soul. Plenus rimarum sum, hac atque iliac perfluo. I'm full of chinks, and leak out every way. Terence, Eunuchus, 2:2-23. It has befallen me more than once to forget the watchword I had 3 hours before given or received, and to forget where I had hidden my purse. Whatever Cicero is pleased to say, I help myself to lose what I have a particular care to lock safe up. Memoria certe non modo philosophiam, sed omnis vitae usum, omnesque artes, una maxime continet. It is certain that memory contains not only philosophy, but all the arts and all that appertain to the use of life. Cicero, Academica, 2:7. Memory is the receptacle and case of science, and therefore mine, being so treacherous, if I know little, I cannot much complain. I know in general the names of the arts and of what they treat, but nothing more. I turn over books, I do not study them. What I retain I no longer recognize as another's. 'Tis only what my judgment has made its advantage of, the discourses and imaginations in which it has been instructed, the author, place, words, and other circumstances, I immediately forget; and I am so excellent at forgetting, that I no less forget my own writings and compositions than the rest. I am very often quoted to myself, and am not aware of it. Whoever should inquire of me where I had the verses and examples that I have here huddled together, would puzzle me to tell him; and yet I have not borrowed them but from famous and known authors, not contenting myself that they were rich, if I, moreover, had them not from rich and honourable hands, where there is a concurrence of authority with reason. It is no great wonder if my book run the same fortune that other books do, if my memory lose what I have written as well as what I have read, and what I give as well as what I receive. End of section 18. Section 19 of Essays, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Essays, Book 2, by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton. Of Presumption, Part 3. Besides the defect of memory, I have others which very much contribute to my ignorance. I have a slow and heavy wit. The least cloud stops its progress, so that, for example, I never proposed to it any never so easy a riddle that it could find out. There is not the least idle subtlety that will not gravel me. In games where wit is required, as chess, draughts, and the like, I understand no more than the common movements. I have a slow and perplexed apprehension, but what it once apprehends, it apprehends well for the time it retains it. My sight is perfect, entire, and discovers at a very great distance, but is soon weary and heavy at work, which occasions that I cannot read long, but am forced to have one to read to me. The younger Pliny can inform such as have not experimented it themselves, how important an impediment this is to those who devote themselves to this employment. There is no so wretched and coarse a soul, wherein some particular faculty is not seen to shine; no soul so buried in sloth and ignorance, but it will sally at one end or another; and how it comes to pass that a man, blind and asleep to everything else, shall be found sprightly, clear, and excellent in some one particular effect, we are to enquire of our masters. But the beautiful souls are they that are universal, open, and ready for all things; if not instructed, at least capable of being so. Which I say to accuse my own, for whether it be through infirmity or negligence, and to neglect that which lies at our feet, which we have in our hands, and what nearest concerns the use of life, is far from my doctrine. There is not a soul in the world so awkward as mine, and so ignorant of many common things, and such as a man cannot without shame fail to know. I must give some examples. I was born and bred up in the country and amongst husbandmen. I have had business and husbandry in my own hands ever since my predecessors, who were lords of the estate I now enjoy, left me to succeed them. And yet I can neither cast accounts nor reckon my counters. Most of our current money I do not know, nor the difference betwixt one grain and another either growing or in the barn, if it be not too apparent, and scarcely can distinguish between the cabbage and lettuce in my garden. I do not so much as understand the names of the chief instruments of husbandry, nor the most ordinary elements of agriculture, which the very children know; much less the mechanic arts, traffic, merchandise, the variety and nature of fruits, wines and viands, nor how to make a hawk fly, nor to physic a horse or a dog. And since I must publish my whole shame, 'tis not above a month ago that I was trapped in my ignorance of the use of leaven to make bread, or to what end it was to keep wine in the vat. They conjectured of old at Athens an aptitude for the mathematics in him they saw ingeniously bavin up a burden of brushwood. In earnest, they would draw a quite contrary conclusion from me, for give me the whole provision and necessaries of a kitchen, I should starve. By these features of my confession men may imagine others to my prejudice; but whatever I deliver myself to be, provided it be such as I really am, I have my end. Neither will I make any excuse for committing to paper such mean and frivolous things as these. The meanness of the subject compels me to it. They may, if they please, accuse my project, but not my progress. So it is that without anybody's needing to tell me, I sufficiently see of how little weight and value all this is, and the folly of my design. 'Tis enough that my judgment does not contradict itself, of which these are the essays. Nasutus sis usque licet, sis denique nasus, quantum nolueret ferre rogatus atlas, et possis ipsum tu deridere Latinum, non potes in nugas dicere plurameas, ipse ego quam dixi, quid dentem dente juvabit rodere, carne opus est, si satur esse velis, ne perdas operam, qui se mirantur, in illos virus habe, nos haec novimus esse nihil. Let your nose be as keen as it will, be all nose, and even a nose so great that Atlas will refuse to bear it. If asked, could you even excel Latinus in scoffing? Against my trifles you could say no more than I myself have said. Then to what end contend tooth against tooth? You must have flesh if you want to be full. Lose not your labour then. Cast your venom upon those that admire themselves. I know already that these things are worthless. Martial, 13:2. I am not obliged not to utter absurdities, provided I am not deceived in them, and know them to be such. And to trip knowingly is so ordinary with me, that I seldom do it otherwise, and rarely trip by chance. 'Tis no great matter to add ridiculous actions to the temerity of my humour, since I cannot ordinarily help supplying it with those that are vicious. I was present one day at Bar-le-Duc, when King Francis II, for a memorial of René, King of Sicily, was presented with a portrait he had drawn of himself. Why is it not in like manner lawful for every one to draw himself with a pen, as he did with a crayon? I will not, therefore, omit this blemish, though very unfit to be published, which is irresolution, a very great effect, and very incommodious in the negotiations of the affairs of the world. In doubtful enterprises, I know not which to choose. Ne si, ne no, nel cor mi suona intero. My heart does not tell me either yes or no. Petrarch. I can maintain an opinion, but I cannot choose one, by reason that in human things, to what sect soever we incline, many appearances present themselves that confirm us in it. And the philosopher Chrysippus said, that he would of Zeno and Cleanthes his masters learn their doctrines only; for as to proofs and reasons, he should find enough of his own. Which way soever I turn, I still furnish myself with causes, and likelihood enough to fix me there; which makes me detain doubt and the liberty of choosing till occasion presses. And then, to confess the truth, I, for the most part, throw the feather into the wind, as the saying is, and commit myself to the mercy of fortune. A very light inclination and circumstance carries me along with it. Dum in dubio est animus, Paulo momento huc atque illuc impellitur. While the mind is in doubt, in a short time it is impelled this way and that. Terence, Andrea, 1, 6, 32. The uncertainty of my judgment is so equally balanced in most occurrences, that I could willingly refer it to be decided by the chance of a die; and I observe, with great consideration of our human infirmity, the examples that the divine history itself has left us of this custom of referring to fortune and chance the determination of election in doubtful things. Sors cecidit super Matthaeam. The lot fell upon Matthew. Acts 1:26. Human reason is a two-edged and dangerous sword. Observe, in the hands of Socrates, her most intimate and familiar friend, how many several points it has. I am thus good for nothing but to follow and suffer myself to be easily carried away with the crowd. I have not confidence enough in my own strength to take upon me to command and lead. I am very glad to find the way beaten before me by others. If I must run the hazard of an uncertain choice, I am rather willing to have it under such a one as is more confident in his opinions than I am in mine, whose ground and foundation I find to be very slippery and unsure. Yet I do not easily change, by reason that I discern the same weakness in contrary opinions. Ipsa consuetudo assentiendi periculosa esse videtur et lubrica. The very custom of assenting seems to be dangerous and slippery. Cicero, Academica, 2:21. Especially in political affairs, there is a large field open for changes and contestation. justa pari premitur veluti compondere libra, prona, nec hac plus pane sedet, nec surgit ab illa. As a just balance pressed with equal weight, neither dips nor rises on either side. Tibullus, 4:41. Machiavelli's writings, for example, were solid enough for the subject, yet were they easy enough to be controverted; and they who have done so have left as great a facility of controverting theirs. There was never wanting in that kind of argument replies and replies upon replies, and as infinite a contexture of debates as our wrangling lawyers have extended in favour of long suits. Caedimur et totidem plagis consumimus hostem. We are slain, and with as many blows kill the enemy. Or, it is a fight wherein we exhaust each other by mutual blows. Horace, Epistles, 2:297. The reasons have little other foundation than experience, and the variety of human events presenting us with infinite examples of all sorts of forms. An understanding person of our times says that whoever would, in contradiction to our almanacs, write cold where they say hot, and wet where they say dry, and always put the contrary to what they foretell, if he were to lay a wager, he would not care which side he took, excepting where no uncertainty could fall out, as to promise excessive heats at Christmas, or extremity of cold at midsummer. I have the same opinion of these political controversies. Be on which side you will, you have as fair a game to play as your adversary, provided you do not proceed so far as to shock principles that are broad and manifest. And yet, in my conceit, in public affairs there is no government so ill, provided it be ancient and has been constant, that is not better than change and alteration. Our manners are infinitely corrupt, and wonderfully inclined to the worse. Of our laws and customs there are many that are barbarous and monstrous, nevertheless, by reason of the difficulty of reformation, and the danger of stirring things, if I could put something under to stop the wheel, and keep it where it is, I would do it with all my heart. Num quam adeo foedis, adeoque pudendis, utimur exemplis, ut non pejora super sint. The examples we use are not so shameful and foul, but that worse remain behind. Juvenal, 8:183. The worst thing I find in our state is instability, and that our laws, no more than our clothes, cannot settle in any certain form. It is very easy to accuse a government of imperfection, for all mortal things are full of it. It is very easy to beget in a people a contempt of ancient observances. Never any man undertook it but he did it. But to establish a better regimen in the stead of that which a man has overthrown, many who have attempted it have foundered. I very little consult my prudence in my conduct. I am willing to let it be guided by the public rule. Happy the people who do what they are commanded, better than they who command, without tormenting themselves as to the causes, who suffer themselves gently to roll after the celestial revolution. Obedience is never pure nor calm in him who reasons and disputes. In fine, to return to myself, the only thing by which I something esteem myself is that wherein never any man thought himself to be defective. My recommendation is vulgar, common, and popular. For who ever thought he wanted sense? It would be a proposition that would imply a contradiction in itself. 'Tis a disease that never is where it is discerned. 'Tis tenacious and strong, but what the first ray of the patient's sight nevertheless pierces through and disperses, as the beams of the sun do thick and obscure mists. To accuse one's self would be to excuse in this case, and to condemn, to absolve. There never was porter or the silliest girl that did not think they had sense enough to do their business. We easily enough confess in others an advantage of courage, strength, experience, activity, and beauty, but an advantage in judgment we yield to none. And the reasons that proceed simply from the natural conclusions of others, we think, if we had but turned our thoughts that way, we should ourselves have found out as well as they. Knowledge, style, and such parts as we see in others' works, we are soon aware of, if they excel our own. But for the simple products of the understanding, every one thinks he could have found out the like in himself, and is hardly sensible of the weight and difficulty, if not, and then with much ado, in an extreme and incomparable distance. And whoever should be able clearly to discern the height of another's judgment, would be also able to raise his own to the same pitch, so that it is a sort of exercise, from which a man is to expect very little praise, a kind of composition of small repute. And besides, for whom do you write? The learned, to whom the authority appertains of judging books, know no other value but that of learning, and allow of no other proceeding of wit but that of erudition and art. If you have mistaken one of the Scipios for another, what is all the rest you have to say worth? Whoever is ignorant of Aristotle, according to their rule, is in some sort ignorant of himself. Vulgar souls cannot discern the grace and force of a lofty and delicate style. Now these two sorts of men take up the world. The third sort into whose hands you fall, of souls that are regular and strong of themselves, is so rare, that it justly has neither name nor place amongst us, and 'tis so much time lost to aspire unto it, or to endeavour to please it. 'Tis commonly said that the justest portion nature has given us of her favours is that of sense. For there is no one who is not contented with his share. Is it not reason? Whoever should see beyond that would see beyond his sight. I think my opinions are good and sound, but who does not think the same of his own? One of the best proofs I have that mine are so is the small esteem I have of myself. For had they not been very well assured, they would easily have suffered themselves to have been deceived by the peculiar affection I have to myself, as one that places it almost wholly in myself, and do not let much run out. All that others distribute amongst an infinite number of friends and acquaintance, to their glory and grandeur, I dedicate to the repose of my own mind and to myself. That which escapes thence is not properly by my direction. Mihi nempe valore et vivere doctus. To live and to do well for myself. Lucretius 5, 959. Now I find my opinions very bold and constant in condemning my own imperfection. And to say the truth, 'tis a subject upon which I exercise my judgment as much as upon any other. The world looks always opposite. I turn my sight inwards, and there fix and employ it. I have no other business but myself. I am eternally meditating upon myself, considering and tasting myself. Other men's thoughts are ever wandering abroad, if they will but see it. They are still going forward. Nemo incesse tentat descendere. No one thinks of descending into himself. Persius 4:23. For my part, I circulate in myself. This capacity of trying the truth, whatever it be, in myself, and this free humour of not over easily subjecting my belief, I owe principally to myself. For the strongest and most general imaginations I have are those that, as a man may say, were born with me. They are natural and entirely my own. I produced them, crude and simple, with a strong and bold production, but a little troubled and imperfect. I have since established and fortified them with the authority of others, and the sound examples of the ancients, whom I have found of the same judgment. They have given me faster hold, and a more manifest fruition and possession of that I had before embraced. The reputation that every one pretends to of vivacity and promptness of wit, I seek in regularity. The glory they pretend to from a striking and signal action, or some particular excellence, I claim from order, correspondence, and tranquillity of opinions and manners. Omnino si quidquam est decorum, nihil est profecto magis, quam aequabilitas universi vitae, tum singularum actionum, quam conservare non possis, si aliorum naturam imitans omitas tuam. If anything be entirely decorous, nothing certainly can be more so than an equability alike in the whole life and in every particular action; which thou canst not possibly observe if, imitating other men's natures, thou layest aside thy own. Cicero, De Officiis, 1:31. Here then you see to what degree I find myself guilty of this first part, that I said was the vice of presumption. As to the second, which consists in not having a sufficient esteem for others, I know not whether or no I can so well excuse myself; but whatever comes on't, I am resolved to speak the truth. And whether, peradventure, it be that the continual frequentation I have had with the humours of the ancients, and the idea of those great souls of past ages, put me out of taste both with others and myself, or that, in truth, the age we live in produces but very indifferent things, yet so it is that I see nothing worthy of any great admiration. Neither, indeed, have I so great an intimacy with many men as is requisite to make a right judgment of them; and those with whom my condition makes me the most frequent are, for the most part, men who have little care of the culture of the soul, but that look upon honour as the sum of all blessings, and valour as the height of all perfection. What I see that is fine in others, I very readily commend and esteem. Nay, I often say more in their commendation than I think they really deserve, and give myself so far leave to lie, for I cannot invent a false subject. My testimony is never wanting to my friends in what I conceive deserves praise, and where a foot is due, I am willing to give them a foot and a half. But to attribute to them qualities that they have not, I cannot do it, nor openly defend their imperfections. Nay, I frankly give my very enemies their due testimony of honour. My affection alters, my judgment does not, and I never confound my animosity with other circumstances that are foreign to it. And I am so jealous of the liberty of my judgment, that I can very hardly part with it for any passion whatever. I do myself a greater injury in lying than I do him of whom I tell a lie. This commendable and generous custom is observed of the Persian nation, that they spoke of their mortal enemies, and with whom they were at deadly war, as honourably and justly as their virtues deserved. I know men enough that have several fine parts, one wit, another courage, another address, another conscience, another language, one science, another, but a generally great man, and who has all these brave parts together, or any one of them to such a degree of excellence that we should admire him or compare him with those we honour of times past, my fortune never brought me acquainted with. And the greatest I ever knew, I mean for the natural parts of the soul, was Eyquem de la Boetie. His was a full soul indeed, and that had every way a beautiful aspect; a soul of the old stamp, and that had produced great effects had his fortune been so pleased, having added much to those great natural parts by learning and study. But how it comes to pass I know not, and yet it is certainly so, there is as much vanity and weakness of judgment in those who profess the greatest abilities, who take upon them learned callings and bookish employments, as in any other sort of men whatever, either because more is required and expected from them, and that common defects are excusable in them, or because the opinion they have of their own learning makes them more bold to expose and lay themselves too open, by which they lose and betray themselves. As an artificer more manifests his want of skill in a rich matter he has in hand, if he disgrace the work by ill handling, and contrary to the rules required, than in a matter of less value. And men are more displeased at a disproportion in a statue of gold than in one of plaster. So do these when they advance things that in themselves and in their place would be good, for they make use of them without discretion, honouring their memories at the expense of their understandings, and making themselves ridiculous by honouring Cicero, Galen, Ulpian, and Saint Jerome alike. I willingly fall again into the discourse of the vanity of our education, the end of which is not to render us good and wise, but learned, and she has obtained it. She has not taught us to follow and embrace virtue and prudence, but she has imprinted in us their derivation and etymology. We know how to decline virtue, if we know not how to love it. If we do not know what prudence is really and in effect and by experience, we have it, however, by jargon and heart. We are not content to know the extraction, kindred and alliances of our neighbours. We desire, moreover, to have them our friends, and to establish a correspondence and intelligence with them. But this education of ours has taught us definitions, divisions, and partitions of virtue, as so many surnames and branches of a genealogy, without any further care of establishing any familiarity or intimacy betwixt her and us. It has culled out for our initiatory instruction not such books as contained the soundest and truest opinions, but those that speak the best Greek and Latin, and by their fine words has instilled into our fancy the vainest humours of antiquity. A good education alters the judgment and manners, as it happened to Polemon, a lewd and debauched young Greek, who, going by chance to hear one of Xenocrates' lectures, did not only observe the eloquence and learning of the reader, and not only brought away the knowledge of some fine matter, but a more manifest and more solid profit, which was the sudden change and reformation of his former life. Whoever found such an effect of our discipline? Faciasne quod olim mutatus Polemon? Ponas insignia morbi fasciolas, cubital, focalia, potus ut ille dicitur ex collo furtim carpsisse coronas, postquam est impransi correptus voce magistri. Will you do what reformed Polemon did of old? Will you lay aside the joys of your disease, your garters, capuchon, muffler, as he in his cups is said to have secretly torn off his garlands from his neck, when he heard what that temperate teacher said? Horace, Satires, 2, 3, 253. That seems to me to be the least contemptible condition of men, which, by its plainness and simplicity, is seated in the lowest degree, and invites us to a more regular course. I find the rude manners and language of country people commonly better suited to the rule and prescription of true philosophy than those of our philosophers themselves. Plus sapit vulgus, quia tantum, quantum opus est, sapit. The vulgar are so much the wiser, because they only know what is needful for them to know. Lactantius, Divinarum Institutionum, 3, 5. The most remarkable men, as I have judged by outward appearance, for to judge of them according to my own method, I must penetrate a great deal deeper, for soldiers and military conduct, were the Duc de Guise, who died at Orleans, and the late Marshal Strozzi; and for men of great ability and no common virtue, Olivier and de l'Hopital, chancellors of France. Poetry, too, in my opinion, has flourished in this age of ours. We have abundance of very good artificers in the trade. Dorat, Beza, Buchanan, L'Hopital, Montdor, Turnebus. As to the French poets, I believe they raised their art to the highest pitch to which it can ever arrive, and in those parts of it wherein Ronsard and Du Bellay excel, I find them little inferior to the ancient perfection. Adrian Turnebus knew more, and what he did know, better than any man of his time or long before him. The lives of the last Duke of Alva and of our Constable de Montmorency were both of them great and noble, and that had many rare resemblances of fortune; but the beauty and glory of the death of the last, in the sight of Paris and of his king, in their service, against his nearest relations, at the head of an army through his conduct victorious, and by a sudden stroke, in so extreme old age, merits methinks to be recorded amongst the most remarkable events of our times; as also the constant goodness, sweetness of manners, and conscientious facility of Monsieur de la Noue, in so great an injustice of armed parties, the true school of treason, inhumanity, and robbery, wherein he always kept up the reputation of a great and experienced captain. I have taken a delight to publish in several places the hopes I have of Marie de Gournay le Jars. She was adopted by him in 1588. Si Léon Fougères Mademoiselle de Gournay, et tout sur sa vie et ses ouvrages. My adopted daughter, and certainly beloved by me more than paternally, and enveloped in my retirement and solitude as one of the best parts of my own being. I have no longer regard to anything in this world but her; and if a man may presage from her youth, her soul will one day be capable of very great things, and, amongst others, of the perfection of that sacred friendship, to which we do not read that any of her sex could ever yet arrive. The sincerity and solidity of her manners are already sufficient for it, and her affection towards me more than superabundant, and such, in short, as that there is nothing more to be wished, if not that the apprehension she has of my end, being now 55 years old, might not so much afflict her. The judgment she made of my first essays, being a woman, so young, and in this age, and alone in her own country, and the famous vehemence wherewith she loved me, and desired my acquaintance solely from the esteem she had thence of me, before she ever saw my face, is an incident very worthy of consideration. Other virtues have had little or no credit in this age; but valour is become popular by our civil wars, and in this we have souls brave even to perfection, and in so great number that the choice is impossible to make. This is all of extraordinary and uncommon grandeur that has hitherto arrived at my knowledge. Section 19.
Section 20 of Essays, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. Essays, Book 2, by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton. Of Giving the Lie. Well, but someone will say to me, this design of making a man's self the subject of his writing were indeed excusable in rare and famous men, who by their reputation had given others a curiosity to be fully informed of them. It is most true, I confess, and know very well, that a mechanic will scarce lift his eyes from his work to look at an ordinary man, whereas a man will forsake his business and his shop to stare at an eminent person when he comes into a town. It misbecomes any other to give his own character, but him who has qualities worthy of imitation, and whose life and opinions may serve for example. Caesar and Xenophon had a just and solid foundation whereon to found their narrations, the greatness of their own performances, and were to be wished that we had the journals of Alexander the Great, the commentaries of Augustus, Cato, Sulla, Brutus, and others left of their actions. Of such persons men love and contemplate the very statues, even in copper and marble. This remonstrance is very true, but it very little concerns me. Non recito quiquam nis amicis, idque coactus, non ubi vis coramve quibus libet, in medio qui scripta foro recitant sunt multi, quique lavantes. I repeat my poems only to my friends, and when bound to do so, not before everyone and everywhere. There are plenty of reciters in the open marketplace and at the baths. Horace Satires 1:473. I do not here form a statue to erect in the great square of a city, in a church, or any public place. Non equidoc studio volatis ut mihi nugis paginaturge scat, secreti loquimur. I study not to make my pages swell with empty trifles. You and I are talking in private. Persius Satires 5:19. 'Tis for some corner of a library, or to entertain a neighbor, a kinsman, a friend, who has a mind to renew his acquaintance and familiarity with me in this image of myself. Others have been encouraged to speak of themselves because they found the subject worthy and rich. I, on the contrary, am the bolder, by reason the subject is so poor and sterile that I cannot be suspected of ostentation. I judge freely of the actions of others. I give little of my own to judge of, because they are nothing. I do not find so much good in myself that I cannot tell it without blushing. What contentment would it not be to me to hear any one of thus relate to me the manners, faces, countenances, the ordinary words and fortunes of my ancestors? How attentively should I listen to it! In earnest, it would be evil nature to despise so much as the pictures of our friends and predecessors, the fashion of their clothes and arms. I preserve their writing, seal, and a particular sword they wore, and have not thrown the long staves my father used to carry in his hands out of my closet. Paterna vestis et annulus tanto carior est posteris quant erga parentes maior affectus. A father's garment and ring is so much dearer to his posterity as there is the greater affection towards parents. St. Augustine, De Civitate Dei 1:13. If my posterity nevertheless shall be of another mind, I shall be avenged on them, for they cannot care less for me than I shall then do for them. All the traffic that I have in this with the public is, that I borrow their utensils of writing, which are more easy and most at hand, and in recompense shall peradventure keep a pound of butter in the market from melting in the sun.
Montaigne semi-seriously speculates on the possibility of his manuscript being used to wrap up butter. Ne toga cordilis, ne penula decit olivis, et laxas scombris saepe dabo tunicas. Let not wrappers be wanting to tunny fish, nor olives, and I shall supply loose coverings to mackerel. Martial 13:1:1. And though nobody should read me, have I wasted time in entertaining myself so many idle hours in so pleasing and useful thoughts? In moulding this figure upon myself, I have been so often constrained to temper and compose myself in a right posture, that the copy is truly taken, and has in some sort formed itself. Painting myself for others, I represent myself in a better coloring than my own natural complexion. I have no more made my book than my book has made me. 'Tis a book consubstantial with the author, of a peculiar design, in parcel of my life, in whose business is not designed for others, as that of all other books is. In giving myself so continual and so exact an account of myself, have I lost my time? For they who sometimes cursorily survey themselves only do not so strictly examine themselves, nor penetrate so deep, as he who makes it his business, his study, and his employment, who intends a lasting record with all fidelity and with all his force. The most delicious pleasures digested within avoid leaving any trace of themselves, and avoid the sight not only of the people, but of any other person. How often has this work diverted me from some troublesome thoughts, and all that are frivolous should be reputed so. Nature has presented us with a large faculty of entertaining ourselves alone, and often calls us to it, to teach us that we owe ourselves in part to society, but chiefly and mostly to ourselves. That I may habituate my fancy even to meditate in some method and to some end, and to keep it from losing itself and roving at random, 'tis but to give to body and to record all the little thoughts that present themselves to it. I give ear to my whimsies, because I am to record them. It often falls out that, being displeased at some action that civility and reason will not permit me openly to reprove, I here disgorge myself, not without design of public instruction, and also these poetical lashes, zon sur l'œil, zon sur le groin, zon sur le dos du sagouin. A slap on his eye, a slap on his snout, a slap on Sagouin's back. Marot, Fripelip, valet de Marot à Sagouin. Imprint themselves better upon paper than upon the flesh. What if I listen to books a little more attentively than ordinary, since I watch if I can purloin anything that may adorn or support my own? I have not at all studied to make a book, but I have in some sort studied because I had made it. If it be studying to scratch and pinch now one author and then another, either by the head or foot, not with any design to form opinions from them, but to assist, second, and fortify those I already have embraced. But whom shall we believe in the report he makes of himself in so corrupt an age, considering there are so few, if any at all, whom we can believe when speaking of others, where there is less interest to lie? The first thing done in the corruption of manners is banishing truth, for, as Pindar says, to be true is the beginning of a great virtue, and the first article that Plato requires in the governor of his republic. The truth of these days is not that which really is, but what man persuades another man to believe,
as we generally give the name of money not only to pieces of the dust alloy, but even to the false also, if they will pass. Our nation has long been reproached with this vice, for Salvianus of Marseille, who lived in the time of the Emperor Valentinian, says that lying and forswearing themselves is with the French not a vice, but a way of speaking. He who would enhance this testimony might say that it is now a virtue in them. Men form and fashion themselves to it as to an exercise of honor, for dissimulation is one of the most notable qualities of this age. I have often considered whence this custom that we so religiously observe should spring, of being more highly offended with the reproach of a vice so familiar to us than with any other, and that it should be the highest insult that can in words be done us to reproach us with a lie. Upon examination, I find that it is natural most to defend the defects with which we are most tainted. It seems as if, by resenting and being moved at the accusation, we in some sort acquit ourselves of the fault, though we have it in effect. We condemn it in outward appearance. May it not also be that this reproach seems to imply cowardice and feebleness of heart, of which can there be a more manifest sign than to eat a man's own words, nay, to lie against a man's own knowledge? Lying is a base vice, a vice that one of the ancients portrays in the most odious colors when he says that it is to manifest a contempt of God, and withal a fear of men. It is not possible more fully to represent the horror, baseness, and irregularity of it, for what can a man imagine more hateful and contemptible than to be a coward towards men, and valiant against his Maker? Our intelligence being by no other way communicable to one another but by a particular word, he who falsifies that betrays public society. 'Tis the only way by which we communicate our thoughts and wills. 'Tis the interpreter of the soul, and if it deceive us, we no longer know nor have further tie upon one another. If that deceive us, it breaks all our correspondence, and dissolves all the ties of government. Certain nations of the newly discovered Indies, I need not give them names, seeing they are no more, for by wonderful and unheard of example, the desolation of that conquest has extended to the utter abolition of names, and the ancient knowledge of places. Offered to their gods human blood, but only such as was drawn from the tongue and ears to expiate for the sin of lying, as well heard as pronounced. That good fellow of Greece, Plutarch, Life of Lysander, chapter 4, said that children are amused with toys and men with words. As to our diverse usages of giving the lie, and the laws of honor in that case, and the alteration they have received, I defer saying what I know of them to another time, and shall learn, if I can, in the meanwhile, at what time the custom took beginning of so exactly weighing and measuring words, and of making our honor interested in them. For it is easy to judge that it was not anciently amongst the Romans and Greeks, and it has often seemed to me strange to see them rail at and give one another the lie without any quarrel. Their laws of duty steered some other course than ours. Caesar is sometimes called thief and sometimes drunkard to his teeth. We see the liberty of invective they practiced upon one another. I mean the greatest chiefs of war of both nations, where words are only revenged with words, and do not proceed any further. End of section 20. Recording by Malone. Section 21 of Essays, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. Essays, Book 2 by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton. Of Liberty of Conscience. 'Tis unusual to see good intentions, if carried on without moderation, push men on to very vicious effects. In this dispute, which has at this time engaged France in a civil war, the better and the soundest cause, no doubt, is that which maintains the ancient religion and government of the kingdom. Nevertheless, amongst the good men of that party, for I do not speak of those who only make a pretense of it, either to execute their own particular revenges, or to gratify their avarice, or to conciliate the favor of princes, but of those who engage in the quarrel out of true zeal to religion, and a holy desire to maintain the peace and government of their country. Of these, I say, we see many whom passion transports beyond the bounds of reason, and sometimes inspires with counsels that are unjust and violent, and moreover rash. It is certain that in those first times when our religion began to gain authority with the laws, zeal armed many against all sorts of pagan books, by which the learned suffered an exceeding great loss, a disorder that I conceive to have done more prejudice to letters than all the flames of the barbarians. Of this Cornelius Tacitus is a very good testimony. For though the Emperor Tacitus, his kinsman, had, by express order, furnished all the libraries in the world with it, nevertheless one entire copy could not escape the curious examination of those who desired to abolish it for only 5 or 6 idle clauses that were contrary to our belief. They had also the trick easily to lend undue praises to all the emperors who made for us, and universally to condemn all the actions of those who were adversaries, as is evidently manifest in the Emperor Julian, surnamed the Apostate. The character of the Emperor Julian was censured when Montaigne was at Rome in 1581 by the master of the Sacred Palace, who, however, as Montaigne tells us in his journal, 235, referred it to his conscience to alter what he should think in bad taste. This Montaigne did not do, and this chapter supplied Voltaire with the greater part of the praises he bestowed upon the emperor. Leclerc, who was, in truth, a very great and rare man, a man in whose soul philosophy was imprinted in the best characters, by which he professed to govern all his actions, and in truth there is no sort of virtue of which he has not left behind him very notable examples. In chastity, of which the whole of his life gave manifest proof, we read the same of him that was said of Alexander and Scipio, that being in the flower of his age, for he was slain by the Parthians at 31, of a great many very beautiful captives he would not so much as look upon one. As to his justice, he took himself the pains to hear the parties, and although he would out of curiosity inquire what religion they were of, nevertheless the antipathy he had to ours never gave any counterpoise to the balance. He made himself several good laws, and repealed a great part of the subsidies and taxes levied by his predecessors. We have 2 good historians who were eyewitnesses of his actions, one of whom, Marcellinus, in several places of his history, sharply reproves an edict of his whereby he interdicted all Christian rhetoricians and grammarians to keep school or to teach, and says he could wish that act of his had been buried in silence. It is probable that had he done any more severe thing against us, he, so affectionate as he was to our party, would not have passed it over in silence. He was indeed sharp against us, but yet no cruel enemy, for our own people tell this story of him, that one day, walking about the city of Chalcedon, Maris, bishop of the place, was so bold as to tell him that he was impious and an enemy to Christ, at which, they say, he was no further moved than to reply, "Go, poor wretch, and lament the loss of thy eyes." To which the bishop replied again, "I thank Jesus Christ for taking away my sight, that I may not see thy impudent visage," affecting in that, they say, a philosophical patience. But this action of his bears no comparison to the cruelty that he is said to have exercised against us. He was, says Eutropius, my other witness, an enemy to Christianity, but without putting his hand to blood. And, to return to his justice, there is nothing in that whereof he can be accused. The severity accepted, he practiced in the beginning of his reign against those who had followed the party of Constantius, his predecessor. As to his sobriety, he lived always a soldier-like life, and observed a diet and routine like one that prepared and inured himself to the austerities of war. His vigilance was such that he divided the night into 3 or 4 parts, of which the least was dedicated to sleep. The rest was spent either in visiting the state of his army and guards in person, or in study, for amongst other rare qualities, he, for fear lest sleep should divert him from his thoughts and studies, had always a basin set by his bedside, and held one of his hands out with a ball of copper in it, to the end that, beginning to fall asleep, and his fingers leaving their hold, the ball, by falling into the basin, might awake him. But the other had his soul so bent upon what he had a mind to do, and so little disturbed with fumes by reason of his singular abstinence, that he had no need of any such invention. As to his military experience, he was excellent in all of the qualities of a great captain, as it was likely he should, being almost all his life in a continual exercise of war, and most of that time with us in France against the Germans and Franks. We hardly read of any man who ever saw more dangers or who made more frequent proofs of his personal valor. His death has something in it parallel with that of Epaminondas, for he was wounded with an arrow, and tried to pull it out, and had done so, but that being edged it cut and disabled his hand. He incessantly called out that they should carry him again into the heat of battle, to encourage his soldiers, who very bravely disputed the fight without him, till night parted the armies. He stood obliged to his philosophy for the singular contempt he had for his life and all human things. He had a firm belief of the immortality of souls. In the matter of religion he was wrong throughout, and was surnamed the apostate for having relinquished ours. Nevertheless, the opinion seems to me more probable that he had never thoroughly embraced it, but had dissembled out of obedience to the laws till he came to the empire. He was in his own so superstitious that he was laughed at for it by those of his own time, of the same opinion, who jeeringly said that had he got the victory over the Parthians, he had destroyed the breed of oxen in the world to supply his sacrifices. He was, moreover, besotted with the art of divination, and gave authority to all sorts of predictions. He said, amongst other things, at his death, that he was obliged to the gods, and thanked them in that they would not cut him off by surprise, having long before advertised him of the place and hour of his death, nor by a mean and unmanly death, more becoming lazy and delicate people, nor by a death that was languishing, long and painful, and that they had thought him worthy to die after that noble manner, in the progress of his victories, in the flower of his glory. He had a vision like that of Marcus Brutus, that first threatened him in Gaul, and afterward appeared to him in Persia just before his death. These words that some make him say when he felt himself wounded, "Thou hast overcome, Nazarene," or as others, "Content thyself, Nazarene," would hardly have been omitted had they been believed by my witnesses, who, being present in the army, have set down to the least motions and words of his end no more than certain other miracles that are reported about it. And to return to my subject, he long nourished, says Marcellinus, paganism in his heart, but all his army being Christians, he durst not own it. But in the end, seeing himself strong enough to dare to discover himself, he caused the temples of the gods to be thrown open, and did his uttermost to set on foot and to encourage idolatry, which the better to effect, having at Constantinople found the people disunited, and also the prelates of the church divided amongst themselves, having convened them all before him, he earnestly admonished them to calm those civil dissensions, and that every one might freely, without fear, follow his own religion, which he the more sedulously solicited, in hope that this license would augment the schisms and factions of their division, and hinder the people from reuniting and consequently fortifying themselves against him by their unanimous intelligence and concord. Having experienced by the cruelty of some Christians that there is no beast in the world so much to be feared by man as man. These are very nearly his words. Wherein this is very worthy of consideration, that the Emperor Julian made use of the same receipt of liberty of conscience to inflame the civil dissensions that our kings do to extinguish them. So that a man may say on one side that to give the people the reins to entertain every man his own opinion is to scatter and sow division, and, as it were, to lend a hand to augment it, there being no legal impediment or restraint to stop or hinder their career. But, on the other side, a man may also say that to give the people the reins to entertain every man his own opinion is to mollify and appease them by facility and toleration, and to dull the point which is whetted and made sharper by singularity, novelty, and difficulty. And I think it is better for the honor of the devotion of our kings that, not having been able to do what they would, they have made a show of being willing to do what they could. End of section 21. Reading by Malone. Section 22 of Essays, Book 2. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. Essays, Book 2 by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. That we taste nothing pure. The feebleness of our condition is such that things cannot, in their natural simplicity and purity, fall into our use. The elements that we enjoy are changed, and so 'tis with metals, and gold must be debased with some other matter to fit it for our service. Neither has virtue, so simple as that which Aristo, Pyrrho, and also the Stoics made as the end of life, nor the Cyrenaic and Aristipic pleasure, been without mixture useful to it. Of the pleasure and goods that we enjoy, there is not one exempt from some mixture of ill and inconvenience. Medio de fonte leporum surgit amariala quid, quod in ipsis floribus angat. From the very fountain of our pleasure, something rises that is bitter, which even in flowers destroys. Lucretius 4, 1130. Our extremest pleasure has some sort of groaning and complaining in it. Would you not say that it is dying of pain? Nay, when we frame the image of it in its full excellence, we stuff it with sickly and painful epithets and qualities. Languor, softness, feebleness, faintness, morbidezza, a great testimony of their consanguinity and consubstantiality. The most profound joy has more of severity than gaiety in it. The highest and fullest contentment offers more of the grave than of the merry. Ipsa felicitas, se nisi temperat, premit. Even felicity, unless it moderate itself, oppresses. Seneca, Epistulae 74. Pleasure chews and grinds us, according to the old Greek verse, which says that the gods sell us all the goods they give us. That is to say, that they give us nothing pure and perfect, and that we do not purchase but at the price of some evil. Labor and pleasure, very unlike in nature, associate nevertheless, by I know not what natural conjunction. Socrates says that some god tried to mix in one mass and to confound pain and pleasure, but not being able to do it, he bethought him at least to couple them by the tail. Metrodorus said that in sorrow there's some mixture of pleasure. I know not whether or no he intended anything else by saying that, but for my part, I am of opinion that there is design, consent, and complacency in giving a man's self up to melancholy. I say that besides ambition, which may also have a stroke in the business, there is some shadow of delight and delicacy which smiles upon and flatters us even in the very lap of melancholy. Are there not some constitutions that feed upon it? Est quaedam flaere voluptas. 'Tis a certain kind of pleasure to weep. Ovid, Tristia, 4:3-27. And one Attalus in Seneca says that the memory of our lost friends is as grateful to us as bitterness in wine, when too old, is to the palate. Minister vetuli puer Falerni inger me calices amariores. Boy, when you pour out old Falernian wine, the bitterest put into my bowl. Catullus 27:1. And as apples that have a sweet tartness. Nature discovers this confusion to us. Painters hold that the same motions and grimaces of the face that serve for weeping serve for laughter too. And indeed, before the one or the other be finished, do but observe the painter's manner of handling, and you will be in doubt to which of the two the design tends, and the extreme of laughter does at last bring tears. Nullum sine auctoramento malum est. No evil is without its compensation. Seneca, Epistulae 69. When I imagine man abounding with all the conveniences that are to be desired, Let us put the case that all his members were always seized with a pleasure like that of generation in its most excessive height. I feel him melting under the weight of his delight, and see him utterly unable to support so pure, so continual, and so universal a pleasure. Indeed, he is running away whilst he is there, and naturally makes haste to escape, as from a place where he cannot stand firm, and where he is afraid of sinking. When I religiously confess myself to myself, I find that the best virtue I have has in it some tincture of vice, and I am afraid that Plato, in his purest virtue, I, who am as sincere and loyal a lover of virtue of that stamp as any other whatever, if he had listened and had laid his ear close to himself, and he did so, no doubt, would have heard some jarring note of human mixture, but faint and only perceptible to himself. Man is wholly and throughout but patch and motley. Even the laws of justice themselves cannot subsist without mixture of injustice. Insomuch that Plato says, they undertake to cut off the Hydra's head who pretend to clear the law of all inconveniences. Omne magnum exemplum habet aliquid ex iniquo, quod contra singulos utilitate publico rependitur. Every great example has in it some mixture of injustice, which recompenses the wrong done to particular men by the public utility. Annals 4:44. Says Tacitus, it is likewise true that for the use of life and the service of public commerce there may be some excesses in the purity and perspicacity of our minds, that penetrating light has in it too much of subtlety and curiosity. We must a little stupefy and blunt them to render them more obedient to example and practice, and a little veil and obscure them, the better to proportion them to this dark and earthly life. And therefore common and less speculative souls are found to be more proper for and more successful in the management of affairs, and the elevated and exquisite opinions of philosophy unfit for business. This sharp vivacity of soul, and the supple and restless volubility attending it, disturb our negotiations. We are to manage human enterprises more superficially and roughly, and leave a great part to fortune. It is not necessary to examine affairs with so much subtlety and so deep. A man loses himself in the consideration of many contrary lustres and so many various forms. Volutantibus res inter se pugnantes obtorpuerunt animi. Whilst they considered of things so indifferent in themselves, they were astonished and knew not what to do. Livy 32:20. 'Tis what the ancients say of Simonides, that by reason his imagination suggested to him, upon the question King Hero had put to him, what God was, Cicero De Natura Deorum 1:22, to answer which he had had many days for thought. Several sharp and subtle considerations, whilst he doubted which was the most likely, he totally despaired of the truth. He who dives into and in his inquisition comprehends all circumstances and consequences hinders his election.
A little engine well handled is sufficient for executions, whether of less or greater weight. The best managers are those who can worst give account how they are so, while the greatest talkers, for the most part, do nothing to purpose. I know one of this sort of men, and a most excellent discourser upon all sorts of good husbandry, who has miserably let 100,000 livres yearly revenue slip through his hands. I know another who talks, who better advises than any man of his counsel, and there is not in the world a fairer show of soul and understanding than he has. Nevertheless, when he comes to the test, his servants find him quite another thing, not to make any mention of his misfortunes. End of section 22. Recording by Malone. Section 23 of Essays, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. Essays, Book 2 by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton. Of idleness. The Emperor Vespasian, being sick of the disease whereof he died, did not for all that neglect to inquire after the state of the empire, and even in bed continually dispatched very many affairs of great consequence, for which, being reproved by his physician as a thing prejudicial to his health, an emperor, said he, must die standing, a fine saying, in my opinion, and worthy a great prince. The Emperor Adrian since made use of the same words, and kings should often be put in mind of them, to make them know that the great office conferred upon them of the command of so many men is not an employment of ease, and that there is nothing can so justly discuss a subject and make him unwilling to expose himself to labor and danger for the service of his prince, than to see him in the meantime devoted to his ease and frivolous amusement, and to be solicitous of his preservation, who so much neglects that of his people. Whoever will take upon him to maintain that 'tis better for a prince to carry on wars by others than in his own person, fortune will furnish him with examples enough of those whose lieutenants have brought great enterprises to a happy issue, and of those also whose presence has done more hurt than good. But no virtuous and valiant prince can with patience endure so dishonorable counsels. Under color of saving his head, like the statue of a saint, for the happiness of his kingdom, they degrade him from and declare him incapable of his office, which is military throughout. I know one, probably Henry IV., who had much rather be beaten than to sleep whilst another fights for him, and who never without jealousy heard of any brave thing done even by his own officers in his absence. And Suleiman I said, with very good reason in my opinion, that victories obtained without the master were never complete. Much more would he have said that master ought to blush for shame, to pretend to any share in the honor, having contributed nothing to the work but his voice and thought. Nor even so much as these, considering that in such work as that the direction and command that deserve honor are only such as are given upon the spot and in the heat of the business. No pilot performs his office by standing still. The princes of the Ottoman family, the chiefest in the world in military fortune, have warmly embraced this opinion, and Bajazet II with his son,
who swerved from it, spending their time in science and other retired employments, gave great blows to their empire, and Amurath III, now reigning, following their example, begins to find the same. Was it not Edward III, King of England, who said this of our Charles V? There never was king who so seldom put on his armor, and yet never king who gave me so much to do. He had reason to think it strange, as an effect of chance more than of reason. And let those seek out some other to join with them than me, who will reckon the kings of Castile and Portugal amongst the warlike and magnanimous conquerors, because at the distance of 1,200 leagues from their lazy abode, by the conduct of their captains, they made themselves masters of both Indies, of which it has to be known, if they would have had even the courage to go and in person enjoy them. The Emperor Julian said yet further, that a philosopher and a brave man ought not so much as to breathe, that is to say, not to allow any more to bodily necessities than what we cannot refuse, keeping the soul and body still intent and busy about honorable, great, and virtuous things. He was ashamed if anyone in public saw him spit or sweat, which is said by some also of the Lacedaemonian young men, and which Xenophon says of the Persian. Forasmuch as he conceived that exercise, continual labor, and sobriety ought to have dried up all those superfluities. What Seneca says will not be unfit for in this place, which is that the ancient Romans kept their youth always standing, and taught them nothing that they were to learn sitting. 'Tis a generous desire to wish to die usefully and like a man, but the effect lies not so much in our resolution as in our good fortune. 1,000 have proposed to themselves in battle either to overcome or to die, who have failed both in the one and the other, wounds and imprisonment crossing their design and compelling them to live against their will. There are diseases that overthrow even our desires and our knowledge. Fortune ought not to second the vanity of the Roman legions, who bound themselves by oath either to overcome or die. Victor Marque Fabi revertar exacie, si fallo Ioem patrem gradivumque martem aliosque iratos invoco Deos. I will return, Marcus Fabius, a conqueror, from the fight, and if I fail, I invoke Father Jove, Mars Gradivus, and the other angry gods. Livy 2:45. The Portuguese say that in a certain place of their conquest of the Indies they met with soldiers who had condemned themselves, with honorable execrations, to enter into no other composition but either to cause themselves to be slain, or to remain victorious, and had their heads and beards shaved in token of this vow. 'Tis to much purpose for us to hazard ourselves and to be obstinate. It seems as if blows avoided those who present themselves too briskly to them, and do not willingly fall upon those who too willingly seek them, and so defeat them of their design. Such there have been who, after having tried all ways, not having been able with all their endeavor to obtain the favor of dying by the hand of the enemy, have been constrained to make good the resolution of bringing home the honor of victory or of losing their lives, to kill themselves, even in the heat of battle, of which there are other examples, but this one. Philistus, general of the navy army of Dionysius the Younger against the Syracusans, presented them battle which was sharply disputed, their forces being equal. In this engagement he had the better at first, through his own valor, but the Syracusans, drawing about his galley to environ him, and after having done great things in his own person to disengage himself, and hoping for no relief, with his own hand he took away the life he had so liberally, and in vain, exposed to the enemy. Mule Moloch, king of Fez, who lately won against Sebastian, king of Portugal, the battle so famous for the death of 3 kings, and for the transmission of that great kingdom to the crown of Castile, was extremely sick when the Portuguese entered in an hostile manner into his dominions, and from that day forward grew worse and worse, still drawing nearer to and foreseeing his end. Yet never did man better employ his own sufficiency more vigorously and bravely than he did upon this occasion. He found himself too weak to undergo the pomp and ceremony of entering into his camp, which after their manner is very magnificent, and therefore resigned that honor to his brother, but this was all of the office of a general that he resigned. All the rest of greatest utility and necessity he most exactly and gloriously performed in his own person, his body lying upon a couch, but his judgment and courage upright and firm to his last gasp, and in some sort beyond it. He might have wasted his enemy, indiscreetly advanced into his dominions, without striking a blow, and it was a very unhappy occurrence that for want of a little life or somebody to substitute in the conduct of this war and the affairs of a troubled state, he was compelled to seek a doubtful and bloody victory, having another by a better and surer way already in his hands. Notwithstanding, he wonderfully managed the continuance of his sickness in consuming the enemy, and in drawing them far from the assistance of the navy and the ports they had on the coast of Africa, even till the last day of his life, which he designedly reserved for this great battle. He arranged his battalions in a circular form, environing the Portuguese army on every side, which round circle, coming to close in and to draw up close together, not only hindered them in the conflict, which was very sharp through the valor of the young invading king, considering that they had every way to present a front, but prevented their flight after the defeat, so that finding all passages possessed and shut up by the enemy, they were constrained to close up together again. Coa cerventur que non solum caede, sed etiam fuga, piled up not only in slaughter, but in flight. And there they were slain in heaps upon one another, leaving to the conqueror a very bloody and entire victory. Dying, he caused himself to be carried and hurried from place to place where most need was, and passing along the files, encouraged the captains and soldiers one after another. But a corner of this main battalion's being broken, he was not to be held from mounting on horseback with his sword in his hand. He did his utmost to break from those about him, and to rush into the thickest of the battle, they all the while withholding him, some by the bridle, some by his robe, and others by his stirrups. This last effort totally overwhelmed the little life he had left. They again laid him upon his bed, but coming to himself and starting, as it were, out of his swoon, failing to give his people notice that they were to conceal his death, the most necessary command he had then to give, that his soldiers might not be discouraged with the news, he expired with his finger upon his mouth, the ordinary sign of keeping silence. Whoever lived so long and so far into death? Whoever died so erect, or more like a man? The most extreme degree of courageously treating death, and the most natural, is to look upon it not only without astonishment, but without care, continuing the wonted course of life even into it, as Cato did, who entertained himself in his study and went to sleep, having a violent and bloody death in his heart, and the weapon in his hand with which he was resolved to dispatch himself. End of section 23. Reading by Malone.
Section 24 of Essays, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K.O. Essays, Book 2, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Of posting. I have been none of the least able in this exercise, which is proper for men of my pitch, well knit and short, but I give it over. It shakes us too much to continue it long. I was at this moment reading that King Cyrus, the better to have news brought him from all parts of the empire, which was of a vast extent, caused it to be tried how far a horse could go in a day without baiting, and at that distance appointed men, whose business it was to have horses always in readiness to mount those who were despatched to him. And some say that this swift way of posting is equal to that of the flight of cranes. Caesar says that Lucius Vibullius Rufus, being in great haste to carry intelligence to Pompey, rode night and day, still taking fresh horses for the greater diligence and speed. And he himself, as Suetonius reports, travelled 100 miles a day in a hired coach, but he was a furious courier, for where the rivers stopped his way, he passed them by swimming, without turning out of his way to look for either bridge or ford. Tiberius Nero, going to see his brother Drusus, who was sick in Germany, travelled 200 miles in 24 hours, having 3 coaches. In a war of the Romans against King Antiochus, Sempius Gracchus, says Livy, per dispositos equus proper incredibili celeritate ab amphissa tertio die bellam pervenit. By prearranged relays of horses he, with an almost incredible speed, rode in 3 days from Amphissa to Pella. Livy 37:7. And it appears that they were established posts, and not horses purposely laid in upon this occasion. Cassino's invention to send back news to his family was much more quick, for he took swallows along with him from home and turned them out toward their nests when he would send back any news, setting a mark of some colour upon them to signify his meaning, according to what he and his people had before agreed upon. At the theatre at Rome, masters of families carried pigeons in their bosoms, to which they tied letters when they had a mind to send any orders to their people at home, and the pigeons were trained up to bring back an answer. Decimus Brutus made use of the same device when besieged in Modena, and others elsewhere have done the same. In Peru they wrote posts upon men, who took them upon their shoulders in a certain kind of litters made for that purpose, and ran with such agility that in their full speed the first couriers transferred their load to the second without making any stop. I understand that the Wallachians, the grand signior's couriers, perform wonderful journeys by reason they have liberty to dismount the first person they meet upon the road, giving him their own tired horses, and that to preserve themselves from being weary. They gird themselves straight above the middle with a broad girdle, but I could never fit any benefit from this. End of section 24.
Section 25 of Essays, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. Essays, Book 2 by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton.
of ill means employed to a good end. There is a wonderful relation and correspondence in this universal government of the works of nature, which very well makes it appear that it is neither accidental nor carried on by diverse masters. The diseases and conditions of our bodies are, in like manner, manifest in states and governments. Kingdoms and republics are founded, flourish, and decay with age as we do. We are subject to a repletion of humors, useless and dangerous, whether of those that are good, for even those the physicians are afraid of, and seeing we have nothing in us that is stable, they say that a too brisk and vigorous perfection of health must be abated by art, lest our nature, unable to rest in any certain condition, and not having whither to rise to mend itself, make too sudden and too disorderly a retreat, and therefore prescribe wrestlers to purge and bleed, to qualify that superabundant health. Or else a repletion of evil humors, which is the ordinary cause of sickness. States are very often sick of the like repletion, and various sorts of purgations have commonly been applied. Sometimes a great multitude of families are turned out to clear the country, who seek out new abodes elsewhere, and encroach upon others. After this manner our ancient Franks came from the remotest part of Germany to seize upon Gaul, and to drive thence the first inhabitants. So was that infinite deluge of men made up who came into Italy under the conduct of Brennus and others. So the Goths and Vandals, and also the people who now possess Greece, left their native country to go settle elsewhere, where they might have more room, and there are scarce 2 or 3 little corners in the world that have not felt the effect of such removals. The Romans by this means erected their colonies, for perceiving their city to grow immeasurably populous, they eased it of the most unnecessary people, and sent them to inhabit and cultivate the lands conquered by them. Sometimes also they purposely maintained wars with some of their enemies, not only to keep their own men in action, for fear lest idleness, the mother of corruption, should bring upon them some worse inconvenience. Et patimur longae pacis mala, saevior armis luxuria incumbit. And we suffer the ills of a long peace. Luxury is more pernicious than war. Juvenal 6:291. But also to serve for a bloodletting to their republic, and a little to evaporate the too vehement heat of their youth, to prune and clear the branches from the stock too luxuriant in wood. And to this end it was that they maintained so long a war with Carthage. In the treaty of Bretigny, Edward III, King of England, would not, in the general peace he then made with our king, comprehend the controversy about the Duchy of Brittany, that he might have a place wherein to discharge himself of his soldiers, and that the vast number of English he had brought over to serve him in his expedition here might not return back into England. And this also was one reason why our King Philip consented to send his son John upon a foreign expedition, that he might take along with him a great number of hot young men who were then in his pay. There are many in our times who talk at this rate, wishing that this hot emotion that is now amongst us might discharge itself in some neighboring war, for fear lest all the peccant humours that now reign in this public body of ours may diffuse themselves farther, keep the fever still in the height, and at the last cause our total ruin. And in truth, a foreign is much more supportable than a civil war. But I do not believe that God will favour so unjust a design as to offend and quarrel with others for our own advantage. Nil mihi tam walade placiat ramnusia virgo, quod temerin vitis suscipitur heris. Ramnusian virgin, let nothing ever so greatly please me, which is taken without justice from the unwilling owners. Catullus 68:77. And yet the weakness of our condition often pushes upon the necessity of making use of ill means to a good end. Lycurgus, the most perfect legislator that ever was, virtuous, and invented this very unjust practice of making the helots, who were their slaves, drunk by force, to the end that the Spartans, seeing them so lost and buried in wine, might abhor the excess of this vice. And yet those were still more to blame, who of old gave leave that criminals, to what sort of death soever condemned, should be cut up alive by the physicians, that they might make a true discovery of our inward parts, and behold their art upon greater certainty. For if we must run into excess, it is more excusable to do it for the health of the soul than that of the body, as the Romans trained up the people to valor and the contempt of dangers and death by those furious spectacles of gladiators and fencers, who, having to fight it out to the last, cut, mangled, and killed one another in their presence. Quod sani aliud sibi volt ars impia ludi, quid mortes juvenum, quid sanguine postable optas. What other end does the impious art of the gladiators propose to itself? What the slaughter of young men? What pleasure fed with blood? Prudentius contra Symmachum 2:643. And this custom continued till the Emperor Theodosius' time. A repidilatum tua dux in tempora famam, quodque patris superest successer laudes habeto, nullus in urbe carat, cuius sit poena voluptas, iam solis contentiferis, infamis arena, nulla cruentatis homicidia ludat in armis. Prince, take the honours delayed for thy reign, and be successor to thy fathers. Henceforth let none at Rome be slain for sport. Let beasts' blood stain the infamous arena, and no more homicides be there acted. Prudentius contra Symmachum 3:643. It was in truth a wonderful example, and of great advantage for the training up the people, to see every day before their eyes 100, 200, nay, 1,000 couples of men armed against one another, cut one another to pieces with so great constancy of courage that they were never heard to utter so much as one syllable of weakness or commiseration, never seen to turn their backs, nor so much as to make one cowardly step to evade a blow, but rather exposed their necks to the adversary's sword and presented themselves to receive the stroke. And many of them, when wounded to death, have sent to ask the spectators if they were satisfied with their behavior before they lay down to die upon the place. It was not enough for them to fight and to die bravely, but cheerfully too, insomuch that they were hissed and cursed if they made any hesitation about receiving their death. The very girls themselves set them on. Consurgit addictus, et quoties victor ferrum jugulo inserit, illa delicias ait esse suas, pectus quae jacentis virgo modesti ubet, converso pollice rompi. The modest virgin is so delighted with the sport that she applauds the blow, and when the victor bathes his sword in his fellow's throat, she says it is her pleasure and with turned thumb orders him to rip up the bosom of the prostrate man. Prudentius contra Symmachum 2:617. The first Romans only condemned criminals to this example, but they afterwards employed innocent slaves to the work, and even freemen too, who sold themselves to this purpose, nay, moreover, senators and knights of Rome, and also women. Nunc caput in mortem vendunt, et funes arena hat costem sibi quisque parat, cum bella quiescunt. They sell themselves to death in the circus, and since the wars are ceased, each for himself a foe prepares. Manilius Astronomica 4:225. Hos inter fremitus novos quelusus, stat sexus rudis, inscius queferi, et pugnas capit improbus virilis. Amidst these tumults and new sports, the tender sex, unskilled in arms, immodestly engaged in many fights. Statius Silvae 1:651. Which I should think strange and incredible, if we were not accustomed every day to see in our own wars many thousands of men of other nations, for money to stake their blood and their lives in quarrels wherein they have no matter of concern. End of section 25. Reading by Malone.
Section 26 of Essays, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caillot. Essays, Book 2, by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton. Of the Roman grandeur. I will only say a word or two of this infinite argument to show the simplicity of those who compare the pitiful greatness of these times with that of Rome. In the 7th book of Cicero's Familiar Epistles, and let the grammarians put out that surname of familiar if they please, for in truth it is not very suitable, and they, who instead of familiar have substituted ad familiaris, may gather something to justify them for so doing out of what Suetonius says in the Life of Caesar, that there was a volume of letters of his ad familiaris. There is one directed to Caesar, then in Gaul, wherein Cicero repeats these words, which were in the end of another letter that Caesar had written to him. As to what concerns Marcus Furius, whom you have recommended to me, I will make him king of Gaul, and if you would have me advance any other friend of yours, send him to me. It was no new thing for a simple citizen of Rome, as Caesar then was, to dispose of kingdoms, for he took away that of King Diotarus from him to give it to a gentleman of the city of Pergamus, called Mithridates. And they who wrote his life record several cities sold by him, and Suetonius says that he had once from King Ptolemy 3,600,000 crowns, which was very like selling him his own kingdom. Tot Galate, tot Pontus, tot Lydia numis. So much for Galatia, so much for Pontus, so much for Lydia. Claudius in Eutropium, Book 1, 203. Marcus Antonius said that the greatness of the people of Rome was not so much seen in what they took as in what they gave, and indeed some ages before Antonius they had dethroned one amongst the rest with so wonderful authority, that in all the Roman history I have not observed anything that more denotes the height of their power. Antiochus possessed all Egypt, and was moreover ready to conquer Cyprus and other appendages of that empire, when, being upon the progress of his victories, C. Popilius came to him from the Senate, and at their first meeting refused to take him by the hand till he had first read his letters, which after the king had read, and told him he would consider of them. Popilius made a circle about him with his cane, saying, "Return me an answer that I may carry it back to the Senate, before thou stirrest out of this circle." Antiochus, astonished at the roughness of so positive a command, after a little pause, replied, "I will obey the Senate's command." Then Popilius saluted him as friend of the Roman people. To have renounced claim to so great a monarchy, and a course of such successful fortune, from the effects of 3 lines in writing. Truly he had reason, as he afterwards did, to send the Senate word by his ambassadors, that he had received their order with the same respect as if it had come from the immortal gods. All the kingdoms that Augustus gained by the right of war he either restored to those who had lost them, or presented them to strangers. And Tacitus, in reference to this, speaking of Cogidinus, king of England, gives us, by a marvellous touch, an instance of that infinite power. The Romans, says he, were from all antiquity accustomed to leave the kings they had subdued in possession of their kingdoms under their authority, ut haberent instrument servitutis et reges, that they might have even kings to be their slaves. Livy 45:13. 'Tis probable that Soliman, whom we have seen make a gift of Hungary and other principalities, had therein more respect to this consideration than to that he was wont to allege, viz. that he was glutted and overcharged with so many monarchies and so much dominion, as his own valour and that of his ancestors had acquired. Section 26. Section 27 of Essays, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caillot. Essays, Book 2, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Not to counterfeit being sick. There is an epigram in Martial, and one of the very good ones, for he has of all sorts, where he pleasantly tells the story of Caelius, who, to avoid making his court to some great men of Rome, to wait their rising, and to attend them abroad, pretended to have the gout, and the better to colour this, anointed his legs, and had them lapped up in a great many throbbings, and perfectly counterfeited both the gesture and countenance of a gouty person, till in the end fortune did him the kindness to make him one indeed. Tantum quos potest ars dolores, desit fingere Caelius podagram. How great is the power of counterfeiting pain! Caelius had ceased to feign the gout. He has got it. Martial Epigram 7, 39-8. I think I have read somewhere in Appian a story like this, of one who, to escape the prescriptions of the triumvirs of Rome, and the better to be concealed from the discovery of those who pursued him, having hidden himself in a disguise, would yet add this invention to counterfeit having but one eye. But when he came to have a little more liberty, and went to take off the plaster he had a great while worn over his eye, he found he had totally lost the sight of it indeed, and that it was absolutely gone. 'Tis possible that the action of sight was dulled from having been so long without exercise, and that the optic power was wholly retired into the other eye. For we evidently perceive that the eye we keep shut sends some part of its virtue to its fellow, so that it will swell and grow bigger, and so an action with the heat of ligatures and plasters might very well have brought some gouty humour upon the counterfeiter in Martial. Reading in Froissart the vow of a troop of young English gentlemen to keep their left eyes bound up till they had arrived in France and performed some notable exploit upon us, I have often been tickled with the thought that it might have befallen them as it did those others, and they might have returned with but an eye apiece to their mistresses, for whose sakes they had made this ridiculous vow. Mothers have reason to rebuke their children when they counterfeit having but one eye, squinting, lameness, or any other personal defect. For, besides that their bodies being then so tender, may be subject to take an ill bent, fortune, I know not how, sometimes seems to delight in taking us at our word. And I have heard several examples related of people who have become really sick, by only feigning to be so. I have always used, whether on horseback or on foot, to carry a stick in my hand, and even to affect doing it with an elegant air. Many have threatened that this fancy would one day be turned into necessity. If so, I should be the first of my family to have the gout. But let us little lengthen this chapter and add another anecdote concerning blindness. Pliny reports of one who, dreaming he was blind, found himself so indeed in the morning, without any preceding infirmity in his eyes. The force of imagination might assist in this case, as I have said elsewhere, and Pliny seems to be of the same opinion. But it is more likely that the motions which the body felt within, of which physicians, if they please, may find out the cause, taking away his sight, were the occasion of his dream. Let us add another story, not very improper for the subject, which Seneca relates in one of his epistles. You know, says he, writing to Lucilius, that Harpaste, my wife's fool, is thrown upon me as an hereditary charge, for I have naturally an aversion to those monsters. And if I have a mind to laugh at a fool, I need not seek him far. I can laugh at myself. This fool has suddenly lost her sight. I tell you a strange but a very true thing. She is not sensible that she is blind, but eternally importunes her keeper to take her abroad, because she says the house is dark. That we laugh at in her, I pray you to believe, happens to every one of us. No one knows himself to be avaricious or grasping, and again the blind called for a guide, while we stray of our own accord. I am not ambitious, we say, but a man cannot live otherwise at Rome. I am not wasteful, but the city requires a great outlay. 'Tis not my fault, if I am choleric, if I have not yet established any certain course of life. 'Tis the fault of youth. Let us not seek our disease out of ourselves. 'Tis in us, and planted in our bowels. The mere fact that we do not perceive ourselves to be sick renders us more hard to be cured, if we do not betimes begin to see to ourselves. When shall we have provided for so many wounds and evils wherewith we abound? And yet we have a most sweet and charming medicine in philosophy, for of all the rest we are sensible of no pleasure till after the cure. This pleases and healed at once. This is what Seneca says, that has carried me from my subject, but there is advantage in the change. End of section 27.
Section 28 of Essays, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April Gonzalez. Essays, Book 2, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Of Thumbs. Tacitus reports that among certain barbarian kings the manner was, when they would make a firm obligation, to join their right hands close to one another, and intertwist their thumbs, and when, by force of straining the blood, it appeared in the ends, they lightly pricked them with some sharp instrument, and mutually sucked them. Physicians say that the thumbs are the master fingers of the hand, and that the Latin etymology is derived from polere. The Greeks called them avdikeip, as who would say another hand, and it seems that the Latins also sometimes take it in this sense for the whole hand. Sed nec vocibus excitata blandis molli pollici, nec rogata surgi. Neither to be excited by soft words or by the thumb. Martial, 1298-8. It was at Rome a signification of favour to repress and turn in the thumbs. Fautor utroque tum laudabit pollice ludum. Thy patron will applaud thy sport with both thumbs. Horace. And of his favour to elevator thrust him outward. Converso pollice vulgi, quem libet occidum populariter. The populace with inverted thumbs kill all that come before them. Juvenal, 3:36. The Romans exempted from war all such as were maimed in the thumbs, as having no more sufficient strength to hold the weapons. Augustus confiscated the estate of a Roman knight who had maliciously cut off the thumbs of 2 young children he had, to excuse them from going into the armies, and, before him, the Senate, in the time of the Italic war, had condemned Caius Vatienus to perpetual imprisonment, and confiscated all his goods, for having purposely cut off the thumb of his left hand, to exempt himself from that expedition. Some one, have forgotten who, having won a naval battle, cut off the thumbs of all his vanquished enemies to render them incapable of fighting and of handling the oar. The Athenians also caused the thumbs of the Aeginatans to deprive them of their superiority in the art of navigation. In Lacedaemon, pedagogues chastised their scholars by biting the thumbs. End of section 28. Recording by Ivo Gonzalez in Cavite, Philippines.
Section 29 of Essays, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Essays, Book 2, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Cowardice, the mother of cruelty. I have often heard it said that cowardice is the mother of cruelty, and I have found by experience that malicious and inhuman animosity and fierceness are usually accompanied with feminine weakness. I have seen the most cruel people, and upon frivolous occasions apt to cry. Alexander, the tyrant of Pheres, durst not be a spectator of tragedies in the theatre, for fear lest his citizens should see him weep at the misfortunes of Hecuba and Andromache, who himself without pity caused so many people every day to be murdered. Is it not meanness of spirit that renders them so pliable to all extremities? Valor, whose effect is only to be exercised against resistance. Nec nisi bellantis gaudet cervice juvenci. Nor delights in killing a bull unless he resists. Claudius, Epistola ad Hadrianum, verse 39. Stops when it sees the enemy at its mercy. But pusillanimity, to say that it was also in the game, not having dared to meddle in the first act of danger, takes as its part the second, of blood and massacre. The murders in victories are commonly performed by the rascality and hangers-on of an army, and that which causes so many unheard of cruelties in domestic wars is, that this canaille makes war in imbruing itself up to the elbows in blood, and ripping up a body that lies prostrate at its feet, having no sense of any other valour. Et lupus, et turpes instant morientibus ursi, et quaecunque minor nobilitate fera est. Wolves, and the filthy bears, and all the baser beasts, fall upon the dying. Ovid, Tristia, 3, 5, 35. Like cowardly dogs, that in the house worry and tear the skins of wild beasts they durst not come near in the field. What is it in these times of ours that makes our quarrels mortal, and that, whereas our fathers had some degrees of revenge, we now begin with the last in ours, and at the first meeting nothing is to be said but kill? What is this but cowardice? Every one is sensible that there is more bravery and disdain in subduing an enemy than in cutting his throat, and in making him yield than in putting him to the sword; besides that the appetite of revenge is better satisfied and pleased because its only aim is to make itself felt. And this is the reason why we do not fall upon a beast or a stone when they hurt us, because they are not capable of being sensible of our revenge. And to kill a man is to save him from the injury and offence we intend him. And as Bias cried out to a wicked fellow, I know that sooner or later thou wilt have thy reward, but I am afraid I shall not see it. Plutarch, on the Delay in Divine Justice, chapter 2. And pitied the Orchomeneans that the penitence of Lyciscus for the treason committed against them came at a season when there was no one remaining alive of those who had been interested in the offence, and whom the pleasure of this penitence should affect. So revenge is to be pitied, when the person on whom it is executed is deprived of means of suffering under it. For as the avenger will look on to enjoy the pleasure of his revenge, so the person on whom he takes revenge should be a spectator too, to be afflicted and to repent. He will repent it, we say, and because we have given him a pistol shot through the head, do we imagine he will repent? On the contrary, if we but observe, we shall find that he makes mouths at us in falling, and is so far from penitency, that he does not so much as repine at us, and we do him the kindest office of life, which is to make him die insensibly and soon. We are afterwards to hide ourselves, and to shift and fly from the officers of justice who pursue us, whilst he is at rest. Killing is good to frustrate an offence to come, not to revenge one that is already past, and more an act of fear than of bravery, of precaution than of courage, of defence than of enterprise. It is manifest that by it we lose both the true end of revenge and the care of our reputation. We are afraid, if he lives he will do us another injury as great as the first. 'Tis not out of animosity to him, but care of thyself that thou gettest rid of him. In the kingdom of Narsinga this expedient would be useless to us, where not only soldiers, but tradesmen also, end their differences by the sword. The king never denies the field to any who wish to fight, and when they are persons of quality, he looks on, rewarding the victor with a chain of gold, for which any one who pleases may fight with him again, so that, by having come off from one combat, he has engaged himself in many. If we thought by virtue to be always masters of our enemies, and to triumph over them at pleasure, we should be sorry they should escape from us as they do by dying. But we have a mind to conquer more with safety than honour, and in our quarrel more pursue the end than the glory. Asinius Pollio, who, as being a worthy man, was the less to be excused, committed a like error, when, having written a libel against Plancus, he forbore to publish it till he was dead; which is to bite one's thumb at a blind man, to rail at one who is deaf, to wound a man who has no feeling, rather than to run the hazard of his resentment. And it was also said of him that it was only for hobgoblins to wrestle with the dead. He who stays to see the author die, whose writings he intends to question, what does he say but that he is weak in his aggressiveness? It was told to Aristotle that some one had spoken ill of him. Let him do more, said he. Let him whip me too, provided I am not there. Our fathers contented themselves with revenging an insult with the lie with a box of the ear, and so forward. They were valiant enough not to fear their adversaries, living and provoked. We tremble for fear so soon as we see them on foot. And that this is so, does not our noble practice of these days equally to prosecute to death both him that has offended us and him we have offended make it out? 'Tis also a kind of cowardice that has introduced the custom of having seconds, thirds, and fourths in our duels. They were formerly duels. They are now skirmishes, rencontres, and battles. Solitude was, doubtless, terrible to those who were the first inventors of this practice. Quum in se cuique minimum fiduciae esset. For naturally, any company whatever is consolatory in danger. Third persons were formerly called in to prevent disorder and foul play only, and to be witness of the fortune of the combat. But now they have brought it to this pass that the witnesses themselves engage. Whoever is invited cannot handsomely stand by as an idle spectator, for fear of being suspected either of want of affection or of courage. Besides the injustice and unworthiness of such an action, of engaging other strength and valour in the protection of your honour than your own, I conceive it a disadvantage to a brave man who wholly relies upon himself to shuffle his fortune with that of a second. Every one runs hazard enough himself without hazarding for another, and has enough to do to assure himself in his own valour for the defence of his life, without entrusting a thing so dear in a third man's hand. For if it be not expressly agreed upon before to the contrary, 'tis a combined party of all four, and if your second be killed, you have two to deal withal, with good reason. And to say that it is foul play, it is so indeed, as it is well armed, to attack a man who has but the hilt of a broken sword in his hand, or, clear and untouched, a man who is desperately wounded. But if these be advantages you have got by fighting, you may make use of them without reproach. The disparity and inequality are only weighed and considered from the condition of the combatants when they begin. As to the rest, you must take your chance; and though you had alone 3 enemies upon you at once, your 2 companions being killed, you have no more wrong done you than I should do in a battle by running a man through whom I should see engaged with one of our own men, with the like advantage. The nature of society will have it so that where there is troop against troop, as where our Duke of Orleans challenged Henry, King of England, 100 against 100, 300 against as many as the Argians against the Lacedaemonians, 3 to 3 as the Horatii against the Curiatii. The multitude on either side is considered but as one single man, the hazard, wherever there is company, being confused and mixed. I have a domestic interest in this discourse, for my brother, the Sieur de Matculum, was at Rome asked by a gentleman with whom he had no great acquaintance, and who was a defendant challenged by another, to be his second. In this duel he found himself matched with a gentleman much better known to him. I would fain have an explanation of these rules of honour, which so often shock and confound those of reason. After having dispatched his man, seeing the 2 principals still on foot and sound, he ran in to disengage his friend. What could he do less? Should he have stood still, and, if chance would have ordered it so, have seen him he was come thither to defend killed before his face? What he had hitherto done helped not the business. The quarrel was yet undecided. The courtesy that you can, and certainly ought to shew to your enemy, when you have reduced him to an ill condition and have a great advantage over him, I do not see how you can do it where the interest of another is concerned, where you are only called in as an assistant, and the quarrel is none of yours. He could neither be just nor courteous at the hazard of him he was there to serve. And he was therefore enlarged from the prisons of Italy at the speedy and solemn request of our king. Indiscreet nation, we are not content to make our vices and follies known to the world by report only, but we must go into foreign countries, there to show them what fools we are. Put 3 Frenchmen into the deserts of Libya, they will not live a month together without fighting. So that you would say this peregrination were a thing purposely designed to give foreigners the pleasure of our tragedies, and, for the most part, to such as rejoice and laugh at our miseries. We go into Italy to learn to fence, and exercise the art at the expense of our lives before we have learned it, and yet, by the rule of discipline, we should put the theory before the practice. We discover ourselves to be but learners. Primitae juvenum miserae, bellique futuri dura rudimenta. Wretched the elementary trials of youth, and hard the rudiments of approaching war. Virgil, Aeneid, 11, 156. I know that fencing is an art very useful to its end. In a duel betwixt 2 princes, cousin Germans, in Spain, the elder, says Livy, by his skill and dexterity in arms, easily overcoming the greater and more awkward strength of the younger; and of which the knowledge, as I experimentally know, has inspired some with courage above their natural measure, but this is not properly valor, because it supports itself upon address, and is founded upon something besides itself. The honour of combat consists in the jealousy of courage, and not of skill. And therefore I have known a friend of mine, famed as a great master in this exercise, in his quarrels make choice of such arms as might deprive him of this advantage, and that wholly depended upon fortune and assurance, that they might not attribute his victory rather to his skill in fencing than his valour. When I was young, gentlemen avoided the reputation of good fencers as injurious to them, and learned to fence with all imaginable privacy as a trade of subtlety, derogating from true and natural valour. Non scivar, non parar, non retirarsi, volion costor, nequi destrezza ha parte, non danui colpi or finti, or pieni, or scarsi, toglie lira ailt furor, luoso dell'arte, odi le spade, orribilemente utarsi, a mezzo il ferro, il pie dorma non parte, sempre ha il pie fermo, alla man sempre in moto, ne scenda taglio in van, ne punta a voto. They neither shrank, nor vantage sought of ground. They traversed not, nor skipped from part to part. Their blows were neither false nor feigned found. In fight their rage would let them use no art. Their swords together clash with dreadful sound. Their feet stand fast, and neither stir nor start. They move their hands, steadfast their feet remain. nor blow nor foin they strook or thrust in vain. Tasso, Hierusalema Liberata, Canto 12, stanza 55, Fairfax's translation. Butts, tilting, and barriers, the feint of warlike fights, were the exercises of our forefathers. This other exercise is so much the less noble, as it only respects a private end. That teaches us to destroy one another against law and justice, and that every way always produces very ill effects. It is much more worthy and more becoming to exercise ourselves in things that strengthen than that weaken our government, and that tend to the public safety and common glory. The consul, Publius Rutilius, was the first who taught the soldiers to handle their arms with skill, and joined art with valour, not for the rise of private quarrel, but for war and the quarrels of the people of Rome, a popular and civil defence. And besides the example of Caesar, who commanded his men to shoot chiefly at the face of Pompey's soldiers in the battle of Pharsalia, 1,000 other commanders have also bethought them to invent new forms of weapons, and new ways of striking and defending, according as occasion should require. But as Philopoemen condemned wrestling, wherein he excelled, because the preparatives that were therein employed were differing from those that appertain to military discipline, to which alone he conceived men of honour ought wholly to apply themselves. So it seems to me that this address to which we form our limbs, those writhings and motions young men are taught in this new school, are not only of no use, but rather contrary and hurtful to the practice of fight in battle. And also our people commonly make use of particular weapons, and peculiarly designed for duel; and I have seen, when it has been disapproved, that a gentleman challenged to fight with rapier and poignard appeared in the array of a man-at-arms, and that another should take his cloak instead of his poignard. It is worthy of consideration that Laches in Plato, speaking of learning to fence after our manner, says that he never knew any great soldier come out of that school, especially the masters of it. And indeed, as to them, our experience tells as much. As to the rest, we may at least conclude that they are qualities of no relation or correspondence. And in the education of the children of his government, Plato interdicts the art of boxing, introduced by Amycus and Epeius, and that of wrestling by Antaeus and Cercuo, because they have another end than to render youth fit for the service of war, and contribute nothing to it. But I see that I have somewhat strayed from my theme. The Emperor Mauritius, being advertised by dreams and several prognostics that one Phocas, an obscure soldier, should kill him, questioned his son-in-law Philip who this Phocas was, and what were his nature, qualities, and manners. And so soon as Philip, amongst other things, had told him that he was cowardly and timorous, the emperor immediately concluded then that he was a murderer and cruel. What is it that makes tyrants so sanguinary? 'Tis only the solicitude for their own safety, and that their faint hearts can furnish them with no other means of securing themselves than in exterminating those who may hurt them, even so much as women, for fear of a scratch. Cuncta ferit, dum cuncta timer. He strikes at all who fears all. Claudius in Eutropium, 182. The first cruelties are exercised for themselves thence springs the fear of a just revenge, which afterwards produces a series of new cruelties to obliterate one another. Philip, king of Macedon, who had so much to do with the people of Rome, agitated with the horror of so many murders committed by his order, and doubting of being able to keep himself secure from so many families, at divers times mortally injured and offended by him, resolved to seize all the children of those he had caused to be slain, to dispatch them daily one after another, and so to establish his own repose. Fine matter is never impertinent, however placed; and therefore I, who more consider the weight and utility of what I deliver than its order and connection, need not fear in this place to bring in an excellent story, though it be a little by the by. For when they are rich in their own native beauty, and are able to justify themselves, the least end of a hair will serve to draw them into my discourse. Amongst others condemned by Philip had been one Herodicus, prince of Thessaly. He had, moreover, after him caused his 2 sons-in-law to be put to death, each leaving a son very young behind him. Theoxena and Archo were their 2 widows. Theoxena, though highly courted to it, could not be persuaded to marry again. Archo married Porus, the greatest man among the Aenians, and by him had a great many children, whom she, dying, left at a very tender age. Theoxena, moved with a maternal charity towards her nephews, that she might have them under her own eyes and in her own protection, married Porus, when presently comes a proclamation of the king's edict. This brave-spirited mother, suspecting the cruelty of Philip, and afraid of the insolence of the soldiers towards these charming and tender children, was so bold as to declare that she would rather kill them with her own hands than deliver them. Porus, startled at this protestation, promised her to steal them away, and to transport them to Athens, and there commit them to the custody of some faithful friends of his. They took, therefore, the opportunity of an annual feast which was celebrated at Aenea in honor of Aeneas, and thither they went. Having appeared by day at the public ceremonies and banquet, they stole the night following into a vessel laid ready for the purpose, to escape away by sea. The wind proved contrary, and finding themselves in the morning within sight of the land whence they had launched overnight, and being pursued by the guards of the port, Porus, perceiving this, labored all he could to make the mariners do their utmost to escape from the pursuers. But Theoxena, frantic with affection and revenge, in pursuance of her former resolution, prepared both weapons and poison, and exposing them before them, "Go to, my children," said she. "Death is now the only means of your defence and liberty, and shall administer occasion to the gods to exercise their sacred justice. These sharp swords and these full cups will open you the way into it. Courage, fear nothing. And thou, my son, who art the eldest, take this steel into thy hand, that thou mayest the more bravely die." The children, having on one side so powerful a counsellor, and the enemy at their throats on the other, run all of them eagerly upon what was next to hand, and half dead were thrown into the sea. Theoxena, proud of having so gloriously provided for the safety of her children, clasping her arms with great affection about her husband's neck, "Let us, my friend," said she, "follow these boys, and enjoy the same sepulchre they do." And so, having embraced, they threw themselves headlong into the sea, so that the ship was carried back without the owners into the harbor. Tyrants at once, both to kill and to make their anger felt, have employed their capacity to invent the most lingering deaths. They will have their enemies dispatched, but not so fast that they may not have leisure to taste their vengeance. And therein they are mightily perplexed. For if the torments they inflict are violent, they are short; if long, they are not then so painful as they desire, and thus plague themselves in choice of the greatest cruelty. Of this we have 1,000 examples in antiquity, and I know not whether we, unawares, do not retain some traces of this barbarity. All that exceeds a simple death appears to me absolute cruelty. Our justice cannot expect that he, whom the fear of dying by being beheaded or hanged will not restrain, should be any more awed by the imagination of a languishing fire, pincers, or the wheel. And I know not, in the meantime, whether we do not throw them into despair. For in what condition can be the soul of a man, expecting 24 hours together to be broken upon a wheel, or, after the old way, nailed to a cross? Josephus relates that in the time of the war the Romans made in Judea, happening to pass by where they had 3 days before crucified certain Jews, he amongst them knew 3 of his own friends, and obtained the favor of having them taken down, of whom 2, he says, died; the 3rd lived a great while after. Chalcondylas, a writer of good credit, in the records he has left behind him of things that happened in his time and near him, tells us, as of the most excessive torment, of that the Emperor Mohammed very often practised, of cutting off men in the middle by the diaphragm, with one blow of a scimitar, whence it followed that they died as it were 2 deaths at once. And both the one part, says he, and the other were seen to stir and strive a great while after in very great torment. I do not think there was any great suffering in this motion. The torments that are the most dreadful to look on are not always the greatest to endure. And I find those that other historians relate to have been practised by him upon the Epirot lords are more horrid and cruel, where they were condemned to be flayed alive piecemeal, after so malicious a manner that they continued 15 days in that misery. And these other 2, Croesus, having caused a gentleman, the favourite of his brother Pantaleon, to be seized, carried him into a fuller's shop, where he caused him to be scratched and carded with the cards and combs belonging to that trade till he died. Gorga Zechel, chief commander of the peasants of Poland, who committed so many mischiefs under the title of the Crusade, being defeated in battle and taken by the voivoda of Transylvania, was 3 days bound naked upon the rack, exposed to all sorts of torments that any one could contrive against him, during which time many other prisoners were kept fasting. In the end, he living and looking on, they made his beloved brother Lucat, for whom alone he entreated, taking on himself the blame of all their evil actions, drink his blood, and caused 20 of his most favoured captains to feed upon him, tearing his flesh in pieces with their teeth, and swallowing the morsels. The remainder of his body and his bowels, so soon as he was dead, were boiled, and others of his followers compelled to eat them. End of section 29.
Section 30 of Essays, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caillot. Essays, Book 2 by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. All things have their season. Such as compare Cato the censor with the younger Cato, who killed himself, compared two beautiful natures, much resembling one another. The first acquired his reputation several ways, and excels in military exploits and the utility of his public employments. But the virtue of the younger, besides that it were blasphemy to compare any to it in vigour, was much more pure and unblemished. For who could absolve that of the censor from envy and ambition, having dared to attack the honour of Scipio, a man in goodness, and all other excellent qualities, infinitely beyond him, or any other of his time? That which they report of him, amongst other things, that in his extreme old age he put himself upon learning the Greek tongue with so greedy an appetite, as if to quench a long thirst, does not seem to me to make much of his honour, it being properly what we call falling into second childhood. All things have their seasons, even good ones, and I may say my Paternoster out of time, as they accuse T. Quintus Flaminius, that being general of an army, he was seen praying apart in the time of a battle that he won. Imponet finem sapiens et rebus honestus. The wise man limits even honest things. Juvenal 6, 444. Eudemonides, seeing Xenocrates when very old, still very intent upon his school lectures. When will this man be wise, said he, if he is yet learning? And Philopemion to those who extolled King Ptolemy for every day inuring his person to the exercise of arms. It is not, said he, commendable in a king of his age to exercise himself in these things. He ought now really to employ them. The young are to make their preparations, the old to enjoy them, say the sages. And the greatest vice they observe in us is that our desires incessantly grow young again. We are always re-beginning to live. Our studies and desires should sometimes be sensible of age. Yet we have one foot in the grave, and still our appetites and pursuits spring every day anew within us. Tu secundam amora, locus sub ipsum funus, et sepulchri imemus struis domos. You against the time of death have marble cut for use, and forgetful of the tomb build houses. Horace, Odes 2, 1817. The longest of my designs is not of above a year's extent. I think of nothing now but ending. Rid myself of all new hopes and enterprises. Take my last leave of every place I depart from, and every day dispossess myself of what I have. Olem jam nec peret quidquam mihi, nec acquiritur plus super est iaticiquam viae. Henceforward I will neither lose nor expect to get. I have more wherewith to defray my journey than I have way to go. Or, hitherto nothing of me has been lost or gained, more remains to pay the way than there is way. Seneca Epistles 77. The sense seemed to be that so far he had met his expenses, but that for the future he was likely to have more than he required. Vixi et quem deberat cursum fortuna peregi. I have lived and finished the career Fortuna placed before me. Aeneid 4, 653. 'Tis indeed the only comfort I find in my old age, that it mortifies in me several cares and desires, wherewith my life has been disturbed. The care how the world goes, the care of riches, of grandeur, of knowledge, of health, of myself. There are men who are learning to speak at a time when they should learn to be silent for ever. A man may always study, but he must not always go to school. What a contemptible thing is an old abecedarian. Seneca Epistles 36. Diversos diversa juvant, non omnibus anes omnia conveniunt. Various things delight various men, all things are not for all ages. Gales, Elegies 1, 104. If we must study, let us study what is suitable to our present condition, that we may answer as he did, who being asked to what end he studied in his decrepit age, "That I may go out better," said he, "and at greater ease." Such a study was that of the younger Cato, feeling his end approach, and which he met with in Plato's discourse of the eternity of the soul, not as we are to believe that he was not long before furnished with all sorts of provision for such a departure, for of assurance and established will and instruction he had more than Plato had in all his writings. His knowledge and courage were in this respect above philosophy. He applied himself to this study, not for the service of his death, but as a man whose sleeps were never disturbed in the importance of such a deliberation. He also, without choice or change, continued his studies with the other customary actions of his life. The night that he was denied the praetorship he spent in play. That wherein he was to die he spent in reading. The loss either of life or of office was all one to him. End of section 30.